Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the May 10th meeting of the Thousand Oaks City Council. Can everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I have the clerk please do the roll call?
Councilmember Gillette.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Pena.
Present.
Councilmember Glancy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Irwin.
Here.
Mayor Fox is absent.
As noted, Mayor Fox is absent from tonight's meeting. Andy's 89-year-old father, John Fox, passed away early this morning. Our thoughts are with Andy's entire family, including John's wife of 66 years, Dorothy. We plan an adjournment in memory of Mr. Fox. We will plan one as soon as we can get that arranged. Item 4, request for continuance of any public hearings or agenda item. There are none. And now we are on to our very special presentations. We are going to begin our evening with a pleasant surprise. We have with us New West Symphony General Manager Natalia Staniva. She has brought us some wonderful talent this evening. Natalia, will you please come to the podium and tell us about our guest?
Good evening. Dear council members and city manager, I am delighted to announce that New West Symphony just appointed a new concert master, Danielle Belen. She's our first violin, and Danielle won her job after she brilliantly led the symphony in the last week's performances. She performed the solos from Scheherazade and Grand Canyon Suite. As a winner of an international string competition in 2008, Danielle traveled across America and performed with major symphony orchestras. As a resident of the Los Angeles area and a faculty of the prestigious Colburn School of Music, Danielle is in an excellent position to promote community engagement activities for New West Symphony and help us build our education programs. On Saturday, May 14th, we will perform a closing concert of the year, and I'm going to put the flyer right here on the screen. This concert is a special concert for us. New West Symphony will feature New West Symphony Chorus and Los Robles Children's Choir in performances of Carl Orth's Carmina Burana. For tickets, please call 1-800-NEW-WEST. It is my pleasure to introduce Danielle as she performs an excerpt from Scheherazade, and Danielle will introduce her second piece.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. I'm sorry my back is to you. that was a little bit from Scheherazade, which is a wonderful tone poem by Rimsky-Korsakov about how Scheherazade prolonged her life by telling a story over 1,001 nights to the evil king of Persia, who ended up falling in love with her because he loved her story so much. I'd like to play for you one more short piece, and this is quite a different character from what you just heard. It's called Mr. Blister, and it's by contemporary composer Lawrence Dillon, and I'm proud to announce the release of my Naxos CD featuring all of Lawrence Dillon's work. So I hope you enjoy a short little fun piece called Mr. Blister. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us. We're so fortunate to be the resident company in this magnificent facility. Thank you so much for supporting U.S. Symphony.
Thank you very much, and I would encourage everybody in our audience to come out and watch our first-rate symphony one evening. Tonight we are also celebrating or recognizing National Public Works Week, which is being celebrated this year from May 15th through May 21st. And I'd like to, oh, there you are, perfect timing. I'd like to introduce our Public Works Director, Mark Watkins, to join me. Am I saying this? Welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
All right.
You want to borrow my vest?
I should, but I'll skip it today. All right. Public Works is a department that remains behind the scenes, yet it plays a key role in making our city one of the best in the country. To list all the services provided by Public Works would be impossible, but we owe them our appreciation for improving the everyday quality of life for Thousand Oaks residents. Their mission is to build, to improve, to design, to create better services and infrastructure. Just a few of their responsibilities include keeping our running water clean, maintaining effective storm drains and sewers, providing sturdy roads, bridges, and sidewalks, managing our landscaping maintenance, traffic, recycling and hazardous waste, and so much more. Public Works is our city's largest department. We have approximately 215 staff members working throughout the year to maintain the integrity of our infrastructure. As you can see from the enthusiasm around you, I will see that in a second. They put their heart into everything they do. I'd like to ask our Public Works Director, Mark Watkins, to tell us more about National Public Works Week.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Irwin, members of the council, members of the public. And I also want to show a special appreciation to our city attorney for wearing her orange sweater here this evening, joining in with Public Works Week. National Public Works Week is celebrated this year from May 15th through the 21st, 2011. And as part of the celebration, as we have for many, many years, we'll be hosting our open house at the Municipal Service Center, where we have thousands of school kids come and learn about public works. Oh, look, it's Wendy, the water drop. The theme of this year's Public Works Week is Public Works serving you and your community. We consider ourselves to be the foundation of the community. We work quietly and often behind the scenes to provide water, wastewater, streets, landscaping, environmental services, engineering, graffiti removal, fleet, storm drains, traffic signals, signing, striping, capital projects, solid waste, recycling, emergency preparedness, and many, many others. The Public Works Department is now recognized by the Department of Homeland Security as a first responder in recognition of the 24/7 daily and emergency response services that we provide. The men and women of Public Works are maintenance workers, engineers, welders, arborists, technicians, chemists, traffic planners, secretaries, landscapers, equipment operators, and others. Every great civilization is built upon great infrastructure, and we are all about infrastructure. And we are also about sustainability. This year, Hill Canyon has reached its goal of energy independence and will soon be providing all of its own energy. The largest city electrical accounts, including all of the electricity used in this very facility, is provided by renewable energy from wind farms in Iowa and California and a biogas project in Washington. We recently rolled out our new Green Business Program, and it has been enthusiastically received by the business community. And perhaps most significant of all this year, Public Works received accreditation from the American Public Works Association, one of only a handful of agencies in the state and one of only 70 nationwide to achieve that certification. So during Public Works Week, we want to thank the City Council for your leadership, for creating an environment that values innovation and creativity and providing the crucial services that we deliver. Thank you for letting us come here and starting off our Public Works Week. To all of you.
And Mark, I would like to present you and the Public Works Department a proclamation in honors of the annual National Public Works Week.
Well, we've got to get our picture over here, though.
Yes,
okay.
we.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Should be wearing the vest.
Okay, Jackie, be careful.
That was exactly what it's like. So everybody, okay, for our, let's see, is that For our final presentation tonight, I'm most pleased and proud to announce the winner of the City of Thousand Oaks Water Awareness High School Video Public Service Announcement Contest. Let me begin by saying we all know that we finally experienced a great rainy season and our governor announced an end to the state's drought. Yet we also know that conserving water and maintaining water-wise use remains as essential as ever. Using water wisely must continue to be a permanent way of life in Southern California. With the future of our state's most precious resource in the hands of our youth, in early February, the city launched this water awareness contest as part of its water conservation efforts. Our 6 Thousand Oaks high schools, Westlake, Thousand Oaks, Kanejo Valley, Newbury Park, Century Academy, and Lorena, were invited to submit a 1-minute public service announcement video promoting the theme, Water, It's Not for Wasting. A panel of 5 judges reviewed the videos and selected the winner based on several criteria, including creativity, impact, informational content and accuracy, entertainment value, originality, and production quality. All the judges agreed the decision to pick a winner was tough. They were all so good. I believe our judges are here tonight. Would you please stand to be recognized? Jan Smith from the Greater Kanejo Chamber of Commerce. There's Jan. Rick Freed from the Kanejo Unified School District. Tom Hare, I see Tom up there. He is from Kanejo Recreation and Park District. Rachel Wagner from the City of Thousand Oaks. And Steve Sabie from Callegas Municipal Water District. I'll now announce the winning high school and present this framed certificate. We don't know yet who the winning high school is, although I see a principal here. And here it is, a certificate of congratulations from the City of Thousand Oaks presented to Thousand Oaks High School in recognition for an exceptional effort to promote water conservation, saving this precious resource for our community's future generations. Do you want to come up? Maybe I put this a little out of order. Oh, you're very welcome. Oh, let's do a quick photo. Are we out of order here, Mary? Okay. And now I would like to introduce you to the creators of the video, brothers Tim and Daniel Yao. You here? Tim and Daniel? Oh, maybe they didn't realize they had won. This video was composed by Tim, and this is Thousand Oaks High School Principal Lou Lichtel, and their advisor is Mrs. Peffley. Is she here? Where is Mrs. Peffley? She is, has done a very good job on video in Thousand Oaks, and now you all get to watch the video. Well, Mr. Lichtel, I hope you will give a big congratulations to your students, Tim and Daniel. And since they are not here today, I hope you can come up also. I am going to introduce Eric Berg, the Manager of Resources at Callegas Municipal Water District, who will say a few words and present the prize. And I assume Mr. Lichtel will pass it along, but you might want to check on that. He's a little short of money over there at Thousand Oaks High School.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Irwin. On behalf of Callegas Municipal Water District, I just want to express appreciation to all the kids that were involved in the program, including Westlake, Newbury Park, and Thousand Oaks High School. And it's important to note, even though the governor recently declared the statewide drought over about 5-6 weeks ago now, the reality is here we are in Southern California, very reliant upon imported water, primarily state project water, but to some degree even the Colorado River water. There's interdependence here. Colorado River water being provided to LA, and the more water they use of that, the less water they require from the state system. So the truth of the matter is we are typically 2 to 3 dry winters away from another drought condition and potentially water shortages. So it's good to maintain public awareness and education in terms of being water smart, using water wisely. And programs such as this are key to maintaining that in all of our minds, and that we're continue to be mindful in our water use. So with that, I want to express appreciation again to all the kids, and special congratulations to the city of, or the Thousand Oaks High School.
Thank you very much.
And check for $1,000 for water resource programs of the school. Sure.
Can I please have the clerk announce public comments?
This is the time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Pursuant to City Council standards of operation, the mayor may assist any speaker from straying into areas not within the city's jurisdiction. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole. Under state law, issues discussed under public comments cannot have action unless listed on the agenda and may be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda. All documents for city council and the official city record should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residency for the record. 8 people have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Frank Acree, and he will be followed by Drew Powers. Good evening, Mr. Acree.
Frank Acree, Thousand Oaks. Good evening, city staff, council, and Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, I'm grieved by Andy Fox's father passing away. My blessings to him. On the other hand, we had a very good year at Kanejo Valley Days. And Dennis, thank you for your phone call. It meant a lot to me. We had a great grand marshal that represented us this year. Councilman Tom Glancy did a bang-up job. Didn't know he had that much cowboy in him, but he does, which was great. I want to thank all the friends and neighbors out there who supported Kanejo Valley Days. We had just a great year. The Friday night, thanks to the junior executive board that we started, we set all records for 55 years for attendance. We had more people there than we've ever had in one evening. It was 20-something thousand. And Kelly Rourke with the Sheriff's Department, Rick Harwood, and Billy Hutton, who handles the Explorers, managed to handle the traffic amazingly, which we had no trouble, no incidences, no fights, no anything. We had one incident on the beginning of the event, which turns out, and it's in the newspapers, turns out those 2 guys were back at work the next day and everything was fine. And I was so happy to see how our city operates in an emergency. The police department, the ambulance department, the fire department all worked in unity. They all took care of it. Those 2 guys got help immediately. And it was kind of a non-incident by the time it was done, the way that everything worked. I want to thank a few people quickly. Jim Friedel from the Park and Rec, and Tom Hare, great job. We want to thank the school district for giving us the land to do rodeo and motocross jumping. The rodeo was great. We had a lot of fun. Motocross jumping was great. If you haven't seen it before, if you haven't come out to Kanejo Valley Days to see it, it's amazing. It's death-defying by all means. God, we never have enough time, do we? The volunteers are unbelievable. All the service groups were tremendous. Every nonprofit and service group made their quota. Every single one sold out their products and made their money. Zonta Special Kids Day, if we didn't do CVD for any reason but that, it's worth it just to do that. I also want to do a little recruiting. If you're successful in business in Thousand Oaks, please help a service group. They need your help. Either join or don't join, or just support. If you're not successful in business, consider joining a nonprofit. You may be missing the skills and compassion that it takes to be a successful businessman. Because in business, your job is to solve the other person's problem, understand their needs, make their lives better. So if you're a young businessman, join CVD. You'll probably be in the network that you need to be in. Thank you.
Dr. Glancy?
Thank you. Frank, you did a bang-up job. Other than my involvement with it, you put an awful lot of energy, great ideas, mainly a lot of energy into it, and I think last year was great, this year was even greater, and next year is going to be still better. So thank you very much for your involvement and all your successes.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Frank.
Thanks, Jackie.
Oh, Dr. Gillette.
Thank you, Mrs. Irwin. Frank, a special thank you for what you brought to the revitalization of this community, this historical community event. Your time, your talent, the group you've assembled. Change comes hard, and a lot of people were watching very closely, and everything that I heard was very positive in response to everything that you and your group has brought to it, and we look forward to next year with great enthusiasm and expectation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. And thank you, Thousand Oaks. See you next year.
Drew Powers, followed by Bruce Wilkoff.
Drew Powers, City Manager's Office, City of Thousand Oaks. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to be here tonight and talk to you a little bit about the return of the Amgen Tour of California. Following on the success of Kanejo Valley Days on Sunday, May the 22nd, the Amgen Tour of California professional cycling event will return to the Kanejo Valley for the second year in a row, and we are going to be the grand finale finish once again. The race will end in front of the lakes in the Civic Arts Plaza. What we want to let people know about this evening is there is going to be a series of road closures that are going to occur during the event. Primarily from 1:30 to 3:30, the race circuit, which is along Hillcrest, Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and many of the surrounding roads, from 1:30 to 3:30 on Sunday the 22nd, that will be closed. And so people need to make plans and plan accordingly. Hopefully they'll plan to come down and enjoy the festival and enjoy all the festivities that come along with this world-class event. For folks that would like more details, you can find it at amgentourkanejo.org. Again, that's amgentourkanejo.org. Would also like to thank our sponsors, primarily our presenting sponsor, which is Caruso affiliated, and Amgen, who have been great partners in hosting this race now for the third time. We held it the first year, and then it returned last year, and we have it again here for 2011.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. Bruce Wilkoff, followed by Jan Smith.
Hello, my name is Bruce Wilkoff, and I sit on the bicycling advisory team for the City of Thousand Oaks, and I'm here representing CVC, Kanejo Valley Cyclists. This is a cycling night. Every year for the past 4 years, we put on a ride of silence, commemorating those who've been killed by cars and injured by cars. Coincidentally, today the Secretary of Transportation was interviewed and talked about the fact that cars need to be aware of bicycling safety. On May 18th, before the Amgen Tour, On Wednesday, May 18th at 6 o'clock, we're going to be meeting at the lakes and do a 10-mile bicycle ride, the Ride of Silence, escorted by police. It's flat. Police will stop traffic for us. We would like to invite all of you to join us. If you have a bicycle, you need to wear a helmet. It's 10 miles, 1 hour, and we'd also like the community to join us. It's to make the community and motorists aware of cyclists on the road. As I said, every year 620 cyclists are killed in the United States, and we want to try to get that number lower. We're very good in Thousand Oaks, and we want to keep it that way. So that's our goal in this ride, is to make people aware. And we start at the lakes. We'll finish at the lakes. We'll have a short rally and before we go, and we hope that you can join us. I have flyers for each and every one of you. And one last thing, I sit on the bicycling advisory team, as I said, and I really have to commend your representative, the city representative, Kathy Lowry, who's a phenomenal lady to work for and work with, I should say. She does an incredible job of listening to us and working with us, and as a city council, you cannot be more proud of one of your employees than you should be of Kathy. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
here's one for
Wilcox.
every member.
Jan Smith, followed by Nancy Healy.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. As you all know, I am a regular attendee of your city council meetings. I am from the Greater Kanejo Valley Community Foundation and the Chamber both. I decided it was time maybe I should come and report periodically on a few items of interest. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. And I'm going to be quick because I know I have 3 minutes. Right now, the Chamber's doing something new and different. It's Kanejo Valley Restaurant Week, where you can go for just $20, $30, or $40 per person and have a fabulous meal. It's running May 9th through the 12th. Go to our website, which is, and it's not ours, it's the Kanejo Valley, KanejoValleyRestaurantWeek.com. There's quite a few. There must be 30, 40 restaurants. Where can you go and get a great meal for 20 or 30 or 40 bucks? So I'm going to pass these down your way. Our Spain trip is coming up, and all the girls that are going again maybe this year, because we sure had a lot of fun in China. The Chamber is doing the Costa del Sol, Spain, 9 days, including hotel, meals, day trips, airfare from LAX. What's the price, you ask? $21.44 per person, and that's if you're a Chamber member. So deposits are due Tuesday, June 21st. They're going to have another little get-together meeting up in our conference room at the Chamber. This is a super trip with Seville, Rock of Gibraltar, and a couple of other fun spots, so I'm going to hand that down. Also, 9th Annual Spirit of Community Awards coming up. This is Tuesday, June 7th from 6 to 8. This is where we honor law enforcement, fire protection, teachers, military. So this is going to be another big one. We've moved it this year. Like again, I said, this is the 9th one. It's time for a change, so some new and different activities. It's going to be at Baxter this year. Community Volunteer of the Year was selected. We had a lot of nominations this year. Dr. Frank Dawson, Nonprofit Organization of the Year, Hospice of the Kanejo. So we'll be honoring those folks this year. Also, I want to say the Chamber's really looking forward to the Amgen tour. We spent a lot of time on it. It's a great thing for the city of Thousand Oaks. And with that, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Ms. Nancy Healy. And Ms. Healy will be followed by Todd Lundy.
Good evening, city staff, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Nancy Healy. I'm a member of the Thousand Oaks Council on Aging, and I'm here simply to invite the council, the mayor, everybody to come to our Senior of the Year dinner this year, which honors senior volunteers in the community. This year we had 8 nominees, and I'm going to just give their names because I want it to get on the record. Lois Friss was nominated by Linda Parks, Sally Garcia by the Volunteers in Policing Organization, Ron Gellenbeck by St. Julie's Owls, Leonard Chapman by the Wellness Community, Susan Keene by the Discovery Science Center, which I didn't know anything about till we interviewed her, and it's a really great spot, it sounds like. Tony Raslin, she was nominated by the Goebel Center, RSVP, Hugs from Home. Joanne Chang, nominated by Senior Concerns, and George Jones was nominated by the West Lakers. We interviewed these 8 people last Thursday, and there were 4 council members and 1 member from the community at large on our group. And it was a really tough decision. If you want to find out which of the 8 people I just announced won, you have got to pay your $6 at the Goebel Center, get a ticket. They're only on sale at Goebel, and come. It will be at the Goebel Center on June 2nd. It's Thursday night, 5:30 till about 8:30 or 9. The Stonefire Grill is catering it. It should be really nice. The Aristocats is the group. If you just heard, my husband, after I've retired, has said many times, how do you spend so much time volunteering? You could just as well be working. And when I come home from interviewing these people for the second year, what they give is unbelievable. I mean, we're talking about people who spend a full workday contributing to this wide variety of places. So I'm just really proud to be part of honoring them, and I really would like everybody to come. It's $6. It's a fun evening. It really is. So thank you. Hope to see you there.
Thank you, Ms. Healy. Todd Lundy, followed by Nick Kidway.
Todd Lundy, Thousand Oaks, California, Council. We're no strangers. I appeared at 6 different meetings on the Auto Mall sign. I went to 2 study sessions. I apologize for stomping out of here. I'm on my mother's side Cherokee Indian, but on my father's side Scottish. And the temper he blessed me with was coming out, so I thought I'd better leave. So I apologize for that. You deserve respect, and the citizens of this town probably threw everything but the kitchen sink. I don't know. I haven't looked behind the desk, but you might have one back there. But also, and you deserve respect for your office. But also, I read in the paper where you say the same old tired complainers, or there's a group that you can't satisfy. I would prefer you call us citizens or residents rather than just lump them as complainers. Now, during one of those meetings, I called this a diamond in the state of gold, and I believe that. It's a little rough around the edges, and we're working on it. But a man came up after that, and he said, I had no clue on how this city was built. Well, that's not quite true. It's citizens like this that built this city. Also, I've been getting a lot of ridicule. I came before you and said that this was a precedent. And I'm in construction. And I said this was a precedent, and it is. It honestly is. See, Mr. Fox asked the wrong question. He said along the 101 corridor, if you put an LED reader board out there, would it be a precedent? No, it's not. There's one in Oxnard, and there's one over the hill. But I would like this question answered from Mr. Prescott, and I'm counting on one of you to answer that. And I appreciate it, and have a good night.
Mr. Lundy, the city manager will address your question at the end of public comments. We have 2 more speakers.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Kidway, followed by Suzanne Duckett.
I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. My name is Nick Iqbal Kidway. Last time I checked, Dr. Glancy is still Director of Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks, getting a few more members after what she did to the Auto Mall sign. We mourn the loss of both Johns, Councilmember John Tapkin, as well as John Fox. He was a great fixture at City Hall and did a lot of good work. I would like TOTV to show the overhead that I have made. This is the start times and how some of the council members have been late. And I don't blame the council members. I blame the time. I mean, when I started for a long time, I mean, this was an open government. It used to start at 6:30 and gave enough time for people to come back from work, maybe have some supper and come over here. Now, I mean, like it's a jungle over here. There was no parking even, so with things happening at the City Hall. You spend so much time. Thank you, TOTV, for being on autopilot. That's the broken City Hall sign for about a month. I mean, there was a storm and rains for a week, if you can remember, in April. And on a Sunday, there was a lot of wind, and it broke that sign. And you have the time to have 6 meetings about the Auto Mall sign, but you won't fix your stupid sign. I mean, it's a disgrace. And not only won't you fix it, I mean, there's a city manager who's talking to a council member now. He won't even respond to complaints about it. I mean, and then people say, you have a vendetta against the city. I mean, everybody can see this, how bad it is. Who would think that the agenda would be on the overhead? Thank you, TOTV. I mean, these leader of the Auto Mall Association said, hey, this is our sign. We are paying for it. How dare you come here? First of all, 3% giveaway loan was given, $6 million. How many people can get a 3% loan? And now, on closed agenda, no citizen can participate. The land that's next to the freeway is going to be given to the Auto Mall Association. And, I mean, ridiculous. They don't even allow us to speak. I mean, it's a closed session without any public comment. What are you doing, Claudia? I mean, you should ask. At least there should be some comment allowed on that. And then it's completely wrong to put it on the closed agenda. I mean, the negotiation part, when the price comes, that's supposed to be under closed session. But the decision to give the taxpayer money, I mean, shame on you folks. You are a disgrace.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. The city manager will answer your concerns also at the end of public comments. Our last speaker is Suzanne Duckett. Good evening, Mrs. Duckett.
Good evening. Suzanne Duckett from Thousand Oaks. I, too, would like an answer from the city manager. I believe that we have 30 days in which to regroup and collect signatures against the LED sign. So there's going to be a second reading tonight, apparently, on changing city standards, and I believe that we do have 30 days in which to collect signatures. So I want a response from the city manager tonight. Now, a lot of people have moved here from the San Fernando Valley thinking that they were escaping from the valley to come here to a higher quality of life. Well, in fact, the valley does not have any LED signs or reader signs, digital motorized signs. I have not been in the valley, in the heart of the valley, or part of the valley, for a long, long time. And last night I went to a Disney reception and decided to drive by Galpin. And Galpin does not have any reader board sign, or, an automated reader board sign. So if anybody would get one, it would be Galpin. Now, my neighbor buys all of her cars from Galpin, and her cars have lasted a real long time. So if you want a good dealer, apparently Galpin is a good place to go. Now, I also know the places that I've been to personally have been German Tech, right across the street from this facility. Merrick is not only easy to look at, ladies, but he's also a good guy and very credible. I have never lost any money. He's never overcharged me. In fact, the first time I went there, he undercharged me. The second place I'd like to recommend is Classic Tire. You can get your automobiles fixed there. And Moses is a very credible person. So, and he's right behind, he's in Newbury Park, right behind the post office. The last place that I've been to is Bunnin in Ventura. And when I first went there, they were located on Main Street in a podunk place on Main Street without any kind of signage, almost. I mean, And so I want to recommend Bunnan and Ventura because I have had very good, high-quality response from them. So I just want to come here, probably at every meeting, at public comment, and recommend these dealers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Duckett. And we're going to have the city manager address the concerns that were brought up during public comments. Mr. Mitnick.
Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, members of the council, we heard reference made to the Amgen bike race. Well, the information on that race was also on the city's website. So we have residents or businesses who are concerned about the street closures. If you live in the immediate area, we encourage you to go to that website. Do not hesitate to call in to seek further clarification. We'll also put information on the city's website with respect to the May 18th Ride of Silence bike event. The questions asked in both writing and here tonight about the LED reader board, what I would like to do is ask our Community Development Director, John Prescott, to meet with that individual out in the lobby to talk in more detail since it's not an agendized item. I will remind Council that we did discuss the precedent-setting nature to what extent that is or isn't. That was covered during the previous council meetings, but Mr. Prescott will gladly walk you through that. It's not an agendized item. Also, the question was asked about existing reader boards on the 101-23 corridor. We are not aware of other signs of this size. We do know that Oaks Christian School does have a small reader board that is visible from the 101 freeway. But Mr. Prescott will gladly talk to you about that. And we'll have staff, by way of information for council, do a review of the 101-23 and provide information on that. The question about the Civic Arts Plaza sign visible from the freeway, I think this is the one above the Copper Curtain, I believe, or the other one on the other side. Yeah, we have shared with council multiple times information on that. Yes, we have a light or two that are out. It is visible. It's the way this sign was designed years ago. It's very expensive to replace these lights. It costs thousands of dollars. We have to hire a company to come in with scaffolding and all that. So we are actually, as we have informed council, we are looking at a way to redesign the signs so they can be maintained and dealt with in a much easier fashion. So the lights will be replaced within the next few months. I don't know the exact date, but it's cost consuming, and it is costly, and we are going to fix that. Auto mall funding, again, council, the $6 million that was put in place when the state was threatening to take away local redevelopment funds, the funding mechanism, we had authorization to put that funding mechanism in place. The funds have not been provided to the auto dealers. It appears that many of them will, in fact, not tap into that money, and we'll have more updates for council. Again, the funding mechanism is in place should that be needed, and they would be loans that would have to be repaid. And the auto mall closed session items dealing with the land that we are in negotiations to acquire, that is in full compliance with state law. And once decisions are made, those will be reported out. That's all that we're legally able to disclose at this time. We do have to comply with the law, and we certainly do not want to weaken the city's negotiation position or that of the private parties. And then on signatures, the time frame to get signatures to file an appeal or a referendum, I should say, of council's decision on the auto mall sign issue, that would be 30 days from tonight. And if that individual has more questions, she's certainly more than welcome to contact the city attorney directly. That's it, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitnick. We are on to item 7, City and Redevelopment Agency Consent Calendar. And do we have any questions of council on the consent calendar? Ms. Bildo-Lapina?
Yes, I would like to pull items I and J.
I and J. Any other ones? Okay, Ms. Vildella-Pena, why don't you go ahead with, we do have a speaker card, so why don't you go ahead and ask questions on I and T, but we're not going to.
Well, there are no questions, just in keeping with my previous votes regarding the Automall sign against which I voted, as well as the item I, which is the ordinance to amend the municipal code sections regarding various parking permit fees, landscape plan check fees relating to civic districts. I voted against that as well, and item J, as I said, was the changing of our municipal code to accommodate a sign that would not have been in keeping with our existing laws. So I voted against that.
Okay, we have a, any other questions? Okay, speaker, please, Mr. Kidway.
Nick Kidway, resident of Newbury Park, speaking as Director Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I will start with the good news, which is item F. Again, for your edification, the consent calendar is completely mismanaged. It is not meant for items that are controversial or that require PR or positive spin even, and in a true sense, which is F, that finally a lot of the streets, including my neighborhood of Running Springs, the streets will be overlaid. And this should be, I mean, and that's what the PR director should have been talking about, rather than, I don't know, about the Amgen bike path, which everybody knows about. It's in the papers. And this affects us directly. I want to, I mean, at the risk of being called out of order, but I have to say that the city manager was out of order in saying, I did not say, the sign is broken. To fix the sign, I worked for Vogue Signs. It's a matter of a service call, $175 or $300. It's just like if the curtain was drooping there, you fix it. You can take 2 years to replace it. I mean, it's just so frustrating that we have such a wonderful city, but our city government, instead of improving, I have failed as Director of Concerned Citizens. I welcome other people to come and try to fight with City Hall and for our rights. I know in Syria and Libya and all that, people are being gunned down. Over here, we wear suits and ties and civil, but it's completely uncivil. Number J, ordinance for second reading. By the way, who is BDLP? What is that? Dissenting. You don't have time or ink to spell the name of a council member? Give me a break. Look at all the paper that you publish. My house is full of paper. Because there's so much paper. This decision was not made properly. If you were going to buy the land and give it to the city, to the Automall Association, that should have been told at that meeting when you voted. This district attorney should be investigating this. There's hanky-panky going on. It's been going on for a long time. You folks have been getting away with murder. Why is the DA only going to Oxnard? When we have all these problems over here. Why are you eating when the chamber, you are not allowed to eat, Ms. Council Member? There's no rules. We are treated like serfs on this side and as if we have kings. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. We also have a comment card from Jeanette Day, and she is supporting the staff recommendation for item 7C. Dr. Gillette.
Thank you, Mrs. Irwin. I'll move consent with the exception of I and J.
Thank you. Vote, please.
Motion passed 4-0.
Okay. And I'll move items I and J.
Thank you. Vote, please.
Councilman Glancy, I don't show a vote yet. Motion carries 3-1. Councilmember De La Pena dissenting.
We have no public hearings this evening, so we are on to department reports. Item 9A, which is Lynn Road Bicycle Lanes Concept Design.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I need to read the ordinance titles. Item 7I, Ordinance amending the Municipal Code, Section 4-3418, relating to the replacement of parking permit fees, Section 7-5206, related to certain appeal fees and procedures, Section 8-1.09, relating to building fees, Section 9-4.904, relating to landscape plan check fees, and repealing Chapter 7 of Title 3, relating to motor vehicle races, and Article 22 of Chapter 4 of Title 9, relating to civil districts. And item 7J, ordinance amending the Municipal Code, Section 9-4.2308, regarding signage within C-2/AM Auto Mall Overlay Zone, MCA 2009-70433. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Now we are on to department reports. Item 9A, Lynn Road Bicycle Lanes Concept Design Review. And our Public Works Director, Mark Watkins, will be presenting the report. Good evening, Mr. Watkins.
Good evening.
Again.
Mayor Pro Tem Irwin, members of City Council, members of the public. The next item for council consideration is Lynn Road Bike Lanes and the approval of a design concept. With me on the dais is Kathy Lowry, Henrik Nazarian, and Chris Lynch. Henrik is our design consultant working on the design and the layout. Chris has been our associate civil engineer working with Henrik, and Kathy, as you all know, is our bicycle coordinator doing all things bicycling within the city of Thousand Oaks. The basic purpose of this project really is to fill in a missing gap in Lynn Road. There's an existing bike lane to the north of Arbalest, an existing bike lane south of the freeway, and a missing gap in the middle. This was identified rather easily when the master plan was put together in 2005, and then when City Council approved it again in 2010. That's about a 2.5-mile project, and we broke it up into 3 segments because it's kind of 3 distinct different areas on Lynn Road. This is the existing city bicycle network showing from the bicycle master plan. You can see mostly red. The red is the Class 2 bike trails. Those are the bike trails that exist on existing streets that are striped as a bicycle lane. The Class 1s are the separate bike lanes similar to Kanejo Creek South that was just dedicated, the Green Meadow Bike Trail. Very few of those. And then the others are bike 3s, which are just kind of routes. Those are just identified through signage. This is what we have existing on Lynn Road. And so as it shows north of Arbalest, continuing on towards Simi Valley, you've got an existing Class 2, and then south of the freeway, there's an existing Class 2. And then looking a little more closely, this is the project area. It goes from Hillcrest to Arbalest, and we broke these segments up, and I'll discuss the segments. But Hillcrest to Gainesboro, we refer to as south. Gainesboro to Manzanas is the middle segment, and then Manzanas up to Arbalest as the northern segment. A couple other things to mention just in regards to the bicycle lane itself. City Council is certainly aware of the benefits of bicycle lanes, and that's why the bicycle action team was formed. That's why City Council has been directing staff to make the city more bicycle friendly and to promote bicycling, and as they have with many other environmental programs. Also, City Council is very familiar with various traffic calming principles, and one of the principles that's been used in different places throughout town is narrowing of traffic lanes to slow traffic down. And so we could get that kind of incidentary benefit from this project. And then the final that we were aware of out in this area is drainage issues at Gainesboro Road at the intersection there. And so concurrent with this project would be the improvements of the drainage there. And it would just make sense to do the 2 projects at the same time. If we're going to go out and dig up Lynn Road, which is a busy street, we would be providing and doing that project at the same time. What that would do is get the drainage out of the median. We've got some adverse grading in that area. It causes water to pond and then kind of sheet flow across the street. So that would be done at the same time as part of this project. Just very quickly on the project financing, because it's like a lot of these projects ends up being kind of complex, but we've got a couple of different congestion mitigation air quality grants, a T21 a demonstration grant, And then currently we've applied for a bicycle transportation account grant of $500,000. And then we are using matching funds for the city air quality developer fees. And then if we do not get the bicycle transportation funds, then we would use gas tax, which is typically what we use as city matching funds. These grants do have deadlines, and that's why we're coming to the City Council now to get approval of the design concept. If we were to go through the entire design and then bring it to council, and you told us that this wasn't the design you wanted, we wouldn't have time for a redesign. This is why we're coming to you earlier in this process than we often do. A lot of projects we bring them to you for advertisement for bids, and that's when you see kind of a final. At this point, we're coming to you a little bit earlier. Want to make sure that the City Council is okay with the design concept. If you are, then we will complete design and come back asking Council's approval to go out for construction bids. The outreach on this project started with the bicycle advisory team, the BAT, looking at different alternatives, considering input from those folks. And then we held a community meeting earlier this year in February, mailed a number of notices out. It was a very well-attended meeting. And shared some of the concepts, heard from folks, and then actually had several follow-up meetings with Lynn Ranch Property Owners Association and other individuals. So one of the challenges to making the city more bicycle friendly is working within the existing right-of-way as we have it. So, a couple options. Option number one is just to widen the roadway. Clearly, Lynn Road is backed up by any number of residents, so widening the roadway or widening the right-of-way is very cost prohibitive and would impact a whole lot of folks. And then a lot of places there's also big slopes, so that includes the construction of walls and other things. So really what we end up looking at on these projects is how do you work within the existing road constraints. And so fairly simply, you're either widening towards the median, you're widening towards the sidewalk. If there's enough asphalt already, then you can restripe. And if there's not, then you could look at narrowing lanes. And really on this project, what happens is you look at all three of these, or I'm sorry, all five of these things, and I'll show you kind of where we propose them in different areas. I'm going to walk you through it south to north. I'm just looking. This is the existing segment as it looks between Hillcrest and Gainesboro. This is the southern segment. You're looking north. So on the left-hand side, the cars be coming towards you southbound. On the right-hand side, they'd be going away from you. And then what you have is 2 travel lanes southbound and 3 travel lanes northbound. The proposal would take one of the northbound travel lanes and turn it into the bike lane. So rather than having, if I go backwards, the 2 12 and 1 11-foot lanes, you would have 2 12 and an 18-foot lane and then a 6-foot bike lane. That right-hand lane only goes for about 800 feet out of the 2,700. It's really a transition lane that gets cars through the intersection at Hillcrest. So it doesn't continue that far up Lynn, but it would add to congestion in that area. And again, as council is well aware of traffic calming, the balances between congestion and speeds, typically the complaints we hear are about speeds, not congestion. On the southbound side, we would extend the gutter towards the walls and remove the parkway. And so we've got some pictures that will show how that looks. So this is the south segment looking northbound, currently 3 lanes. The bike lane would fairly simply just basically occupy that right-hand lane. On the southbound segment, this is the segment where we've got the wall adjacent to Lynn Ranch. So what you've got is what we call a rolled curb or maybe a V-ditch. It's a non-standard curb that we typically don't use anywhere else in town, but basically fairly easy to drive over. And then there's the dirt parkway and then the sidewalk. What our concept is you would put the bike lane in essence where that dirt is, where that first dashed red line, that would be the solid white line for the bike lane. Where the second red line is, you would have an 8-inch vertical curb. What that would do is rather than having cars that can relatively easily cross over a very low little kind of drainage swell there, you'd have an 8-inch vertical curb, which would provide some resistance to cars that would want to travel across the sidewalk and run into the wall, as we're all aware that they have been, and there's several existing holes in the wall out there. The middle segment shares some of these same characteristics, but currently southbound, 2 12-foot travel lanes, northbound, 1 12-foot travel lane, and then a very wide right-hand lane. So on the northbound side, very easy to fit the bike path in. On the southbound side, similar to the southbound segment. So this would be the concept. Northbound, you just simply stripe the bike lane in. Very easy to do. Southbound, again, you're having to put the bike lane where the existing dirt parkway is. So the pictures are roughly like this. As you're looking northbound, it's pretty easy to see plenty of room for the bike lane. The bike lane to just be striped as part of that existing pavement. Southbound, we've got that same situation. You've got basically a little V-ditch running next to the dirt median, and then the sidewalk, and then the wall. And so it will be widened with the solid white line being on the edge of the existing asphalt, a 4-foot bike lane, and then an 8-inch vertical curb. And then the sidewalk gets replaced in its entirety. This area really represents kind of the most difficult section as far as the constraints between the existing median and that wall, as far as trying to fit everything in. And then you've got the northern segment. The northern segment going from Manzanas up to Arbalest. Current southbound 2 12-foot travel lanes, and northbound 2 12-foot travel lanes. And what you have in this segment is a very wide median. So the existing median is about 40 feet wide. And so in essence, what you do is you take 6 foot out of that median on both sides. You reduce the median from 40 to 28 feet. And then the segment looks the same going north and south, which would be a 6-foot bike lane and then 2 12-foot travel lanes, both north and southbound. And so it looked roughly like this. You've got the existing median. You're going to stripe into the median, push it this direction. You can see it a little bit better looking on the southbound side, but in essence, the bike lane gets striped out from the existing curb and gutter. You move into that median by about 6 feet. You construct a curb, and you still end up with a 28-foot median. And so, one of the things, again, that council is used to hearing is, as you try to do these things, what are the trade-offs? As we're trying to make the city more bicycle-friendly, as we're trying to make it safer and yet still work within the existing constraints, basically the trade-offs are, in the north segment, you're exchanging 12-foot of median for 2 new 6-foot bike paths, north and south. You'll lose some trees. I think you guys remember the number is 12, 15 trees out of about 200. Some of those trees are trees that we actually planted relatively recently. They're not all large, mature trees, but you're going to lose some trees and some landscaping. But the median there is very wide. So basically the median will end up looking much like the rest of the median already looks up and down Lynn Road, and for that matter, Westlake and other areas that have medians. In the middle segment, you're exchanging 4 feet of dirt parkway for a new 4-foot bike lane on the southbound. On the northbound, there really is no trade-off because there's plenty of existing. So just on that southbound piece, you're exchanging that parkway for the bike lane. In the south segment, similar, you're exchanging the loss of the merge lane, so about 800 feet of merge lane and then 4 feet of the parkway. And then in exchange, you get a 6-foot bike lane northbound and a 4-foot bike lane southbound. 4 foot is about the minimum that we would like to do. If we can, through the design, we would try to maximize that. It does only leave us with 2 12-foot travel lanes, which is what travel lanes normally are. Those could potentially be squeezed down to about 11.5 each, and you could end up with a 5-foot bike lane in there. We'll work on some of those nuances as we get into design. But with that, that's the basic concept. We wanted to bring that to the City Council, and here's Council's comments and also the community's comments before we went forward with the final design. So with that, we're willing and happy to answer any questions.
Questions of Mr. Watkins? Ms. Villalpena?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Watkins. I have several questions. First of all, is the width of the bike lanes, the proposed bike lanes. It appears that in some areas there will be a bike lane 4 feet wide and others 6 feet wide. In tonight's supplemental packet, we have an email from a Mr. I'm not quite sure what the name was, but he was kind enough to include photographs from studies or another study conducted at a university in Texas, which recommended a width of approximately 3.4 feet would be sufficient for a bicyclist. Can you respond to that, please?
Maybe I'll let either Kathy or Henrik respond. Yeah, we looked at that. I think what they were showing is that was the width that a bicyclist, that's the width that they actually took. I mean, if you take handlebars, legs moving, all that type of thing, that was the amount of room that they took. I think you're going to want a little more room than that so that you're not completely squeezing between the curb. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Mr. Schmier from on Camino Rojo.
Mm-hmm.
What we're looking at is following the Caltrans standard for the width of bike lane, and 4 feet is the minimum that Caltrans allows for the width of a bike lane. So it would make sense that maybe that's from Texas, but in California we can't go that low.
And I think there's another letter in the packet from somebody recommending that we narrow the travel lanes even further and make the bike lanes even wider. And then that's kind of the trade-off between the two. If you're riding a bicycle, you probably want a wider bicycle lane, and if you're driving in a car, you'd probably like a wider traffic lane.
Is that also in tonight's packet?
I'm not sure. I saw that email come in late today. It was from Mr.
There are
Diego,
some more photographs. I see.
Okay, yeah, it did get sent up. It should be in the packet.
Then the other question I have is the one photo looking south on Lynn Road. There is this V-ditch that you called, I believe, and
Yes.
there are traffic signs indicating there is a sharp turn coming up. How would you reconcile those traffic warning signs for the driver if you were to include the dirt patch to make the bike lane? And where would those signs go?
Yeah, there's still 6 feet there of sidewalk, so there's still room for those signs. They would be basically just behind the curb. So they would be right behind the curb.
Okay,
right,
so they wouldn't have to be removed or placed elsewhere.
No, they would remain. Yeah.
Then you mentioned there were trees that would have to be removed. Are those trees proposed to be transplanted elsewhere?
I'm not sure if they're of a size or of a variety that's easily transplanted. Henrik, do you recall?
The trees are relatively young, and we spoke with the city landscape architect, and some of them could be replaced, but mostly it's going to be new trees that will be planted probably.
I think that one picture showed it. We planted a number of trees just a few years ago on Lynn to try to beautify, and a few of those, they're actually not within the area, but they're going to be too close to the curb after it's done. So we're not having to remove them actually for the asphalt, but you can't have a tree right behind curb, because as the branches grow out, you're not really able to maintain it.
You mentioned that what you're proposing tonight are options. It's a design concept. Mm-hmm. Is there an alternative plan to what you are proposing tonight?
No, at this point, this is our recommendation.
Okay, we don't have anything else that we can look at in case we don't like what we see tonight?
If there's something you don't like, then tell us, and we'll see if there's something else we can look at. Or if council doesn't like the project, then you need to tell us that.
And in your work with the advisory team, have you also sought input from the residents in the area along Lynn Road?
Yeah, that was what the February community meeting was for. And so folks that lived nearby, there was a number of notices sent out, and a lot of people showed up.
Approximately how many people showed up?
You recall? 80? About 80 people?
80 people. Oh,
and then we've had
that is a lot for a community meeting.
And then we've had follow-up meetings with the Property Owners Association, and they do have alternatives, and those alternatives are in the staff report on what they suggested. It's not what we recommend.
And why are you not recommending their options or
their
alternatives?
Their alternative was to put the new vertical curb at the same place that the existing rolled curb is, and then have about a 10-foot wide sidewalk rather than a 4-foot bike lane and a 6-foot sidewalk. And then you would let the bicyclists ride up on the sidewalk area, and then divide the sidewalk. You stripe the sidewalks, so you have pedestrians on one side, bicyclists on another. And part of the thinking being that the bicyclists get the added level of protection of being behind the curb rather than between vehicles and the curb.
How many different design proposals did you receive from this community workshop?
From the community, do you recall? I think that was the primary proposal I think that we received.
And what was the overall feedback from these 80 residents or so?
I think I could generally say it was mixed. Part of it was mixed. There's different classes of bicyclists, if you will, from the recreational class to very avid riders, from those who are riding a lot on weekends, those who are commuting or trying to commute, and so there's different needs for those different classes. The bicycling on the sidewalk concept would work well for the recreational class, for those who have children perhaps and don't want to share the roadway, but it doesn't meet the needs of the more serious cyclist or those who are trying to commute by bike. It also has drawbacks as you get to intersections, because if you're riding close to the wall, for example, and you pop out into an intersection, it doesn't give the motorist much time to see you. And so what we were looking for was something that would meet the needs of a cyclist that was commuting, that was a more serious cyclist, with our thinking being that if you're a recreational cyclist, you have the option also of riding through the neighborhood. Rather than going down Lynn Road, you can turn right on Manzanas and go down Yucca. I mean, you've got other alternatives to you, and I think that's probably what most people with children would do, as opposed to riding on the major street. And they do have the opportunity to ride on the sidewalk if they so choose. If you do so, then you need to ride much more slowly. You still have to ride in the direction of traffic, but it is legal to ride on the sidewalk, but you shouldn't be doing that at commuting speeds or at serious cycling speeds.
Did you, I would imagine, discuss safety at those workshops or the workshop?
Absolutely. And that's a big part of what this project is all about.
And
bicyclists have the same right to use the roadway and to use those traffic lanes as anybody else. We're trying to provide a way for them to do it more safely.
What are the pros and the cons of having the bike lane on Lynn Road?
Well, I think the pros are that we're providing a safer environment for the bicyclists. At this point, bicyclists are on Lynn Road, and they are having to share the road with traffic, especially in those areas where there's only two 12-foot travel lanes, and so they have to use one of them. Now, the segment where we're providing the smallest bike lane, the 4-foot, that is at least the downstream area. So in that case, bicyclists are at a better speed as opposed to when they're cranking uphill and they're having to share a lane, and so.
Okay, so designated bike lane is safer for the bicyclist. And obviously there are drivers who are not enamored with this particular project and see that there are actually perhaps cons having a bike lane there. So what are the disadvantages in the driver's mind, or at least the driver who does not like this particular project?
Northbound, as you pass Hillcrest, you currently have 3 striped traffic lanes. With this proposal, that would go down to 2. And so for the driver, you will have more congestion in the afternoon peak hour. You're still going to meet the city standards. You're still going to have level of service C, but you're going to have all the cars that currently have 3 lanes are going to have 2. Now, one of the comments we heard, at least one of the comments at the public meeting, was that they liked that because people use that 3rd lane just to pull over, go fast, and then cut back into traffic because the lane only goes 800 feet. It's not that far. So there were some that like that. But motorists are going to experience more traffic on that northbound section.
Yeah, but if there is no bicyclist, the car can use that lane, obviously.
No.
Oh, cannot use it?
No. It's a solid white stripe, which means you shouldn't drive in that lane, and it's very narrow. So it is striped for bicyclists. It'll have a solid white stripe, and it'll have the bicyclist markings in it.
Okay, because I'm thinking about Westlake Boulevard where speeds can go up to 60 miles an hour, and there are bicyclists in the lane as well as pedestrians, mothers pulling their stroller, for example. Have you made any comparison to the designated lane on Westlake Boulevard?
Westlake, as I recall, and Kathy can correct me if I'm wrong, has a striped Class 2 bicycle lane along all of Westlake, and then a sidewalk, and then in portions of it, it also has an equestrian trail. So it would look like, or Lynn Road would end up looking like Westlake looks now.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that then. And then lastly, the funding. You mentioned potential grants that may or may not become available. What happens if they do not become available?
Yeah, we've got a number of grants that we already have in hand. There's one more out there that we've applied for. We've got sufficient funding either way. Typically, we use gas tax money as our matching fund. So we try to get various grant funds, and then we try to leverage those with the gas tax monies we have. That we would do the same thing on this project. So there's sufficient gas tax monies to act as the city's matching funds. And we also have a portion of city air quality developer fee funds that we'd be using for matching funds.
Those particular grants that you identified that are still not a full guarantee, what happens if they do not become available?
Then we use our city gas tax funds.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Gillette?
Thank you, Ms. Irwin. Mark, in your analysis, in your pre-planning, a couple of items. One, were there enhancements to the Lynn Road alternative that were discounted because just cost prohibitive?
I think the road widening option. We try to look at if we were to build this road all over again.
Right.
We would probably bank it in a different direction. Not only as you're coming down portions of that, you have a curve, but the curve is also banked with the regular crown of the road instead of being banked to accommodate the curve. Because of those existing challenges there, if you could build it all over again, or if you had unlimited funds, you would certainly do it differently.
That's the situation that you have from Jan's to Flores, in essence, actually by the hospital as you approach Sidley.
And south of Gainesboro in spots too, as you have the
same thing.
Right.
Okay, so the answer would be there were some alternatives. If cost was not an issue, there were some other alternatives that might improve the proposed project.
Yeah, always.
Secondly, how much time was spent on alternative route analysis? You referenced Yucca, which is in the county, in the unincorporated side, and you've got Young, which goes for several blocks on the east side, and there's recognizing that it would take some knowledge of the street flow and what have you, but properly signed. Couldn't you, on alternative streets, get through the designated area on alternative, less traveled residential streets?
No, certainly bicyclists do that. I mean, they're intelligent folks who can read a map and figure out alternatives. The first slide I showed, where it showed the overall city and all the red, that was the areas we've already got Class 2 bike lanes, and that's been part of, I think, the push we felt from council and the community was to provide safer alternatives for bikes and not make them have to kind of weave their way all over the place, but to provide them with the same access that cars have, provide them a little piece of the asphalt, on these arterial roadways so they can commute or do what they want to do and be able to do it in a convenient way. For those who don't want to ride on Lynn Road, there's some alternatives. They can cut through and wander through the neighborhood and find alternatives. I'm sure there's those that still do that. In this case, we would have the Class 2 on Lynn, and then for those who wanted to take an alternative route, they could.
Okay, well, we took a major step forward when we were able to secure the funding and work with Caltrans and widen the 23 freeway, especially during the commute hours, morning and afternoon. And we did get a lot of traffic off from Lynn Road. A lot of it's come back because we have been unable to address the 23-101 interchange. And as traffic on 101 continues to increase, more and more people are finding that alternative to stay on surface streets. And Lynn Road obviously is a better alternative than Moore Park or Herbs, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we are all aware of that. So I'm just interested. I'll speak more to this, but about the cost alternatives and the alternate routes, because it's particularly difficult. I mean, the gathering of statistical information on Lynn Road is of enormous help and value for saying what's going on out there. But there's no statistical analysis in the world that's better than the folks that live immediately adjacent to Lynn Road and hear the near misses all the time, or drive by it, use it multiple times, not only once a day, but multiple times during the day, and see the holes in the wall, and see the bent up signs, and see the people working the accidents out there. And there is a high degree of concern and apprehension for anything that's going to encourage greater use out there, especially especially bicycles, because of how fragile a two-wheel bicycle with a human being sitting on it is compared to a 3,000-pound automobile. So I'll let someone else. I'll get back to you on this. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Kathy, about how much space does a cyclist going downhill occupy laterally?
Like laterally? Like on either? I would say they need 3 feet clear width. If you had 2 walls, they could probably squeeze with their elbows in 3 feet. But that's not what they want.
No, I understand that, but they need 3 feet, and it's the same for going uphill?
It wouldn't change.
Okay, well, Mark made a distinguishing comment between uphill and downhill, the uphill possibly taking a little more room, simply because the legs were churning more and I guess more likely to deviate out off to the side. But regardless, 3 feet. Okay, give me again the rationale for decreasing the bike lane in those 2 segments to 4 feet and increasing the sidewalk to 6 feet in those 2 segments.
It's the best way to put it's the compromise, and that's just how this project is. Going southbound between the wall that backs up to the horse trail and where the curb will be, there's like a foot of dirt that there's a lot of landscaping on the wall. So you actually, there's 6 feet, but there's a whole foot you can't walk on the sidewalk because there's landscaping next to the wall. That leaves you 5 feet, and 5 feet is a comfortable amount area for 2 people if they're passing each other on a sidewalk that they'll need to pass each other, that one person doesn't have to step off a sidewalk. One person doesn't need 5 feet to walk in one direction, but if you have a wheelchair coming towards you and somebody's coming towards the wheelchair, you'll need 5 feet to comfortably pass each other. So the 4 feet of the bike lane, that's the minimum standard that Caltrans will give us. And we don't want it any less than that. 6 feet would be ideal for a bicyclist to have. So that's the compromise. So, and that's on the other side, we're in the same situation. We use as much area for the bicyclists that we have available, but at the same time giving 5 feet to the pedestrian.
Okay, I don't know how much comfort I get in our designing things to the minimal safety standard, but how did the cyclists respond in your meetings to the 4-foot proposal?
Throughout the process, the cyclist community, as well as the Lynn community, has been communicating via email. And as different alternatives would come up, I would send out emails to the key people in the cycling community that then send it out to their club, which we're talking about 1,000+ people part of this club. And overwhelmingly, they want a bike lane on Lynn Road, even if it's 4 feet, opposed to having no bike lane at all. And they absolutely do not want to have a shared sidewalk bike lane that's raised. So that continually was as I put out different alternatives that were proposed, that would come back as the consistent answer.
Okay, thanks. On the meeting that we had, what was you said about 80 people were there. What was the makeup of the group? What percentage were cyclists versus which percentage were residents? And of those residents, what percentage of them were part of the county area with a lot of their concern about the safety of the walls?
I feel I did not attend the meeting. I wasn't able to, but just I'll give a preamble. We over-noticed the residents along Lynn Road. There's the way that planning notices people adjacent to a project. We went double the area from the right-of-way, not from the center of Lynn Road. So we got more than double people were noticed, as well as I called every HOA to let them know they were getting a notice, that they themselves couldn't notice all their HOAs, because there's 7 HOAs along this part of the project. So with that, I'll let somebody that actually attended.
I'll throw a few comments in. I can't say, Dr. Glancy, what percentage-wise, but I can kind of give you maybe some of the comments we heard, and we don't know. I don't think necessarily we didn't go through to determine whether people lived in the city or lived with the county. There were a number of folks there from the Lynn Ranch area, so I guess we can assume those folks are from the county. And I don't know whether some of the cycling community that was there is also from that immediate neighborhood, or whether they're from other neighborhoods within the city. But we had a good turnout from both. Lynn Road is a road that the city council's put a lot of effort into over the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years. That was what spawned the city's getting rid of all the truck routes in town and banning oversized vehicles. That's what started our real efforts for speed limit control, and those efforts continue. And all of the other improvements we've made out there. And so there's been a lot of effort and kind of focused on Lynn. And a few of those issues walked in the door, in addition to the bike lane issues. Some of the issues that walked in the door included the hospital and the hospital expansion. That was a relatively recent project. There was folks who were concerned about that and increased traffic. There was concerns about speed limits on Lynn Road. There was concerns about the wall getting hit on that southbound segment. We've talked to the HOA president on that. I suspect she's probably here tonight. We'll make some comments. But with that wall, it's unique because there's the wall and then an equestrian path and then another wall. But the individual homeowners, there's just an easement across their property. So the individual homeowners own both walls, and they're not as motivated to correct the wall on Lynn Road because they can't see it from their house. And so it's difficult for those folks to dig into their pockets or submit a claim on their insurance for that. It's not dissimilar. We've got areas I can picture on Jan's Road, on Moore Park, on Herbs, and others where we've got some similar issues with walls. There was a horrible accident, I think council remembers, a few years ago on Westlake. And typically those walls are privately owned. The city generally does not own any of those. Those are outside the right-of-way. They're privately owned walls. And we heard from a lot of the bicycling community that, and I'm sure you'll hear from them probably tonight also, that this is a project they've been waiting for a long time. So it was a very mixed bag as far as the community a community meeting. We heard a lot of comments from a lot of folks, stayed afterwards, talked with a lot of people, and had follow-up meetings with a lot of them at the same time. I think this really, as Kathy expressed, a lot of the project is a compromise between all those different competing needs.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I had just a couple of questions. The first is, and obviously we have issues with people crashing into walls. Wouldn't narrower traffic lanes or having bike lanes right next to the traffic lanes have the effect of slowing traffic?
Yeah, and Kathy, as a traffic engineer, can comment a bit more. But that is one of the tools in the traffic calming toolbox is to narrow traffic lanes. It can slow traffic down. If traffic does slow down, we could actually lower speed limits. You want to have caution as you're in this section of roadway as you're going southbound, downhill, and into a curve, that you don't have traffic lanes too narrow, so that people aren't staying within their lanes and you're causing some other accidents and things. And so that's the balancing act. But yes, it can have a beneficial impact as far as slowing cars.
And the bicyclists are going to be on Lynn Road anyway, so this would make it safer for bicyclists.
Right, they're already there.
And the other thing is I live obviously right there, and there's I never see any pedestrians on the sidewalk. People don't walk on Lynn Road. So I think it's kind of, Dr. Glancy said it correctly, it's almost about the safety of the walls. The other thing I wanted to know from our city attorney is that we are concerned about liability. Does adding these bike lanes increase the city's liability if something happens?
The short answer is no, I don't believe it would. And the one thing, when governments like a city is sued, we're under different rules than the general public would be. And the one thing that council does have, and we do this every time we bring any public work or construction project or something new where there's design, one of the recommendations always is that the council approves the design, and that affords us what's called a design immunity, so that if there is a lawsuit that basically it gives us a defense that said, council made this conscious decision because you're constantly having to weigh risk and benefits in every decision that we make. And so this type of project, once you've given, if the majority go ahead today and bless the concept as presented, once there's final design, we will come back, and that will be one of the recommendations, is that you approve those design, and it does afford us that immunity. The other thing I think that's important that Mr. Watkins was saying, in this case, it's we do a lot of things to make things safer. And that's, I think, the prevailing idea here, is it's to make it safer. It doesn't mean that it's unsafe, it's to make it safer for everyone's use and enjoyment of the roadway.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we will start with our comments then, and we do have a lot of comment cards here, so I'll read. I will read two after the current speaker, so if you can just prepare for your turn. Our first speaker is Michael Bass, and he will be followed by Bruce Wilkoff and Scott Mitchell.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and the City Council. My name is Michael Bass. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks in the Lynn Ranch North area, which is right along the Lynn Road in this project area. I'm also a member of the city's bike advisory team, and I represent Amgen's Cycling Club on the advisory team. I've been involved a lot with the bicycle advisory team and going through all the different planning and discussion of the different alternatives that were presented in there. And one of the things that I have to say, I'm an avid cyclist, but I don't bike commute. And I don't bike commute because Lynn Road, currently as it is unsafe. Having a bike lane there opens that opportunity for me to bike to work, and it's only a 4-mile commute. So having lanes would allow me to be able to do that. I really believe that this proposal is a very good one, and will open up and make the city connect up the bike lanes along Lynn Road and make the city much more complete in our bike paths. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkoff, followed by Scott Mitchell, followed by Mark Rook.
My name is Bruce Wilkoff. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks since 1975. I sit on the Bicycling Advisory Team, and as I said to you before, I also represent Kanejo Valley Cycling. I greatly appreciate the residents of Lynn Ranch area concerned about our safety, but they weren't concerned about our safety until there was a discussion of a bicycle lane. Okay? A bicycle lane will make it safer for us. Riding on the sidewalk will not. Statistics show that riding on the sidewalk doubles the accidents for cyclists as compared to being on the road. Culver City just passed a law outline adults from riding on sidewalks without a child because of the safety factor. Also, by adding the bike lane, it slows traffic down. Culver City has done a study, and it shows that it does from anywhere from 3 to 7 miles per hour. Brooklyn, Chicago, and Portland have done the same studies. By having a bike lane, it slows traffic down, making it safer for cyclists, making it safer for the people of Lynn Ranch area and their wall, and making it safer for motorists. By adding the bike lane, it will be safer for motorists because they do not have to pass cyclists. And as was stated before, cyclists use it whether there's a bike lane or not. It's not safe without a bike lane, but the reality is, according to the state of California, same roads, same rules, same rights. We're asking you to make it safer for us. We're asking you to help the residents of Lynn Ranch by putting a bike lane in which will slow traffic down, which is what they argued at the community meeting. They argued about slowing traffic down, and they argued about widening the sidewalk so that we would be riding on the sidewalk. As I pointed out, it's even more unsafe for us to ride on the sidewalk than it is on the road. They're very welcome to ride the sidewalk with their children. That's fine. We're not stopping anybody from doing anything. All we're asking is for you to make it safer for us. This will add, as Mike said, a bicycle lane, which we could go the width of Thousand Oaks, which will add to the beauty of Thousand Oaks, add to recreation. And as I stated before, the Secretary of Transportation, Ray LaHood, today spoke about adding bike lanes through cities because it's safe, it's pollutant-free, and it's great transportation. And we're asking the city of Thousand Oaks to please support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Scott Mitchell, followed by Mark Rook, followed by Ed Lorsha.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, I'd like to take a quick moment to recognize the Public Works Department and thank them for keeping our bike lanes as clean as they do. An opportunity to call them a couple weeks ago about some glass. It was taken care of within the hour. I was stunned and amazed. In my 25-year military career, I have ridden all over the United States and a lot of foreign countries, and I have to tell you that Thousand Oaks is one of the top 5 places to ride a bike. By doing this bike lane on Lynn Road, you will easily vault over a couple other places that I've ridden, one of them being San Diego. San Diego will find a way to put a bike lane on a road. It's an amazing place to ride a bike. TO could bypass them by finishing this one section of Lynn Road. Since I moved here in '97, I live in Newbury Park. I couldn't figure out why this little section of Lynn Road didn't have a bike lane. I'm thrilled that we're finally considering it. My daughters go to Lorena. They want to ride their bike to school. I won't let them because Lynn Road is unsafe. They're driving right now. It's a 3-mile bike ride to school. They could easily ride their bikes and get another car off the road. There's all kinds of schools in that area. We need to support a safe route to schools by adding this bike lane on Lynn Road. All the major roads that connect with Lynn Road have a bike lane. This section of Lynn Road doesn't for some reason. It's a dead-end portion of our bike lane route around the city. And it's not just the bike lane that we're adding. as noted by the Public Works Department, we're improving Lynn Road for the drivers too. We're making it safer for the drivers. We're making it safer for bicyclists. We're making it safer for the wall. The other thing I would like to do is encourage the council, the city of TO, and the Public Works Department to work with Caltrans to improve not only Lynn Road, but all of our 101 overpasses or underpasses to make it easier for bicyclists to get from one side of the highway to the other side of the highway. And last but not least, this bike lane and the road improvements are just the right thing to do at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could you stay up for... Dr. Glancy has a question for you.
Mr. Mitchell, thank you for your service. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if we have the bike lane there, how would you feel about your daughters riding to school?
I wouldn't have a problem with it, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the answer.
All right, we have Mark Rook, followed by Ed Lorcha, followed by Daryl Reynolds.
Honorable Council people, Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Mark Rook. I'm a resident of Oxnard, California, and I'm here tonight as a cyclist in favor of the Lynn Road bike lane. I do a lot of my riding in the Thousand Oaks, Kanejo Valley area. As Scott was mentioning, it's great riding here. This is truly one of the best places in the world to do bike rides. It's truly world class. And on a typical ride, I'll probably do 50, maybe 60, sometimes more miles in a ride. And the best way to do that and the quickest way is in a bike lane. It's not on a sidewalk. The bikes we ride have one purpose in mind. That's to go fast. If I'm coming down Lynn Road, where that bike, if I'm going south on Lynn, where the bike lane ends, I'm typically doing 30-plus miles an hour. It's not a good idea to get on a sidewalk or a multi-use path. Paths and sidewalks, they got inherent dangers. You've got pedestrians. If you've got 3 pedestrians, they'll all ride or walk 3 abreast. That's just typical. I mean, I don't blame them. I'll do the same thing. You get kids on their bikes with training wheels. You don't know where they're going. If you have somebody walking their dog on their leash, and sometimes these leashes extend 15, 20 feet, you don't know what the dog's going to do. If he gets tangled up in the bike, you're going to hurt the dog, possibly cause serious injury to the rider, and worst of all, you might scratch your bike. So that's not advisable. So that hurts you worse than the injuries. But I would like to see a yes vote on this bike lane. That's the safest, I think, for the everyone concerned. And if people can't stay out of the bike lane, they probably should, in the cars, they probably shouldn't be driving, or maybe take a few lessons or something. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ed Lorcha, followed by, okay, you do know who I'm talking about. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, followed by Daryl Reynolds and then J.C. Simmons.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, thanks for hearing us today. Very quickly, thank you for all the things you do with bicycling, from hosting Amgen again, as well as all the support you gave us for the recently held Cruise on the Kanejo, which was very successful, thanks to your help. And
I'm sorry to just bother, just your name and city
I'm sorry,
residence.
Ed Lorca from Newberry Park. So I am a local cyclist. I'm speaking in favor of the Lynn bike lanes. Before I forget, there are 470 other people who could not attend, and they have signed and pledged their support for the bike lanes. The biggest thing I would ask you today is to hear all the public commentary. You've certainly heard all the expert opinions of the Public Works staff. You'll hear 2 kinds of opinions today. So far, it seems to be cyclists. But when you hear from other folks, they're going to talk about safety of cyclists. I urge you to lend a discriminating ear to this. There's plenty of cyclists here. We're all adults, and we are speaking for our own safety. You will encounter people today who will say, for the safety of cyclists, you should not have a bike lane. These are people who have an agenda. They're wanting, rightfully so, to have lesser speeds, to not have their walls broken down, but they are not speaking for the cyclists. So I'm just hoping that you can discriminate between those comments. Ultimately, it is our peril if we are wrong in asking for this bike path, and clearly we're not going to put ourselves in peril just to win an argument. It is heartfelt. It is established by statistics. Just this morning, I jumped on Google and found almost a dozen studies on the first page alone that verify that motorized traffic reduces their speed in the presence of a bike lane. And therefore, this lends safety to those non-cyclists that wish that Lynn Road be a safer motorway in general, regardless of the cyclists themselves. So I'm sure your staff has seen all these studies. There's plenty of them. They're readily available. So again, thank you for your time and your open-mindedness.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have Daryl Reynolds, followed by J.C. Simmons, and then Jeff Bass.
Good evening, council members. My name is Daryl Reynolds, and I'm a 39-year-plus resident of the city of Thousand Oaks. And first of all, I want to thank you for all of your questions to staff tonight. I think one of the biggest problems we have in this community is that people are not educated enough, not only the bicyclists, but the motorists too. Before I was appointed to the Planning Commission, I was on the city's Traffic Committee and then Traffic Commission for over 22 years. And I didn't realize it was that long until I went off. But during that time, we established the first bicycle routes and lanes within the city. And while there were some problems with some of them and changes were made by the Public Works Department, I think they worked out pretty well. The biggest thing with all these lanes were the safety, and not only the safety of our adult riders, but also of the children riders. For years, we have talked about bike lanes on Lynn Road, and I remember a town hall meeting probably 15 years ago or more where people at that time discussed having bike lanes in the middle of Lynn Road. And I know there are some cities that do that, but they have very wide streets, and that was something that was brought up at that community meeting that was held by the Public Works Department. It really sounded like a good idea, but Lynn Road is just not wide enough for that. And now we have a great plan that's before you, a conceptual plan. And I would sure hope that you would take a hard look at this plan, approve it, as I really have a lot of faith in our Public Works Department that they have hired a very reputable company in order to design this plan. And I think for the safety of not only the bicyclists in our community, but also the motorists, that this is something we need done, and we need on Lynn Road to connect it, the bike lane. And with that, I just hope that you do approve this conceptual plan. Thank you.
J.C. Simmons, followed by Jeff Bass, followed by Richard Clark.
Good evening, council members. J.C. Simmons, longtime resident of Newbury Park, long-term member of the Bicycle Advisory Team, past president of the Kanejo Valley Cycle Club, which is now 400-plus members. I have come to you periodically over the years, usually pushing for safer cycling, making Thousand Oaks a bicycle-friendly community. Several years ago, I had the distinct honor of being here when the League of American Bicyclists recognized Thousand Oaks as a bicycle-friendly community bronze. It also recognized Kanejo Valley Cycle Club as Bicycle Club of the Year. Completing the bike lane on Lynn Road, this major arterial will be a win-win-win for everyone in the TO community, and a major step towards getting bicycle-friendly silver. This is a win for the cycling community in completing this major transportation arterial linking between Simi Valley, Cal Lutheran on the northeast, Newbury Park, the Amgen Industrial Park on the southwest. Currently almost impassable by bicycles, especially the major bottleneck between Camino Manzana and Hillcrest Road. This is a real tragedy because it needs to be a safe commute link for the individual parts of CLU and the Amgen Park. Completing this section would be a win for those that need to commute by bicycle. Some voices at the public meeting, letters to the editor, and tonight have pushed for bicycles in a wide sidewalk. The belief that sidewalks are safer than roads for bicyclists is widespread, though incorrect. Cycling on a sidewalk is 5 to 25 times more hazardous for cyclists than on the road if ridden correctly. Imperial studies from Texas, Boston, Portland, Helsinki all stress the fact. Over and over, experience in TO reaffirms this. Just look at the accident rate along TO Boulevard, where people ride on the sidewalk. The AASHTO standard strongly warns against side paths or sidewalks for a myriad of reasons and would open the city to a design liability question if implemented. Changing the alignment on Lynn to the present Class 2 bike is already funded with dedicated traffic mitigation funds and is a true win for the city. The current street, lane alignment, and median landscape curb treatment are left over from many different development phases, and look at. A redo of this would be to a dedicated plan would be a great improvement for the community and is paid for. Lastly, a true Class 2 bike lane will have a traffic calming effect on Lynn Road. Again, history and many studies have demonstrated this, calming drivers, expecting to see cyclists on the pavement. Everybody wants speed reduced on Lynn Road to calm down, so take this bold move. Get this great bicycle connector. It's a win-win-win for everyone in TO and moves us toward bicycle-friendly silver.
Thank you very much. I have Jeff Bass, followed by Richard Clark, followed by James Hoagland.
Good evening to the council and staff. I'm Jeff Bass. I live in Newbury Park. I've lived here for 21 years and on Lynn Road, within a block of Lynn Road for that entire 21 years. I've also worked at Amgen for 21 years, and I commute using Lynn Road to get to Amgen. And frankly, I served in combat in Vietnam, and that section of Lynn Road we're talking about feels more dangerous to me than Da Nang did. It's narrow. If you get in the lane, the cars are too close. If you're on the sidewalk, it's bumpy, and you're constantly crossing blind intersections. So I really think that this is a safety issue. It's a safety issue for cyclists. It's a safety issue for the children that bicycle on the sidewalk now and oftentimes are seen pulling into traffic without any visibility because of those walls. And it's a safety issue for the cars because they can't really understand where the bicycle is supposed to be because we don't have that bike lane. Bike lanes make travel safer. I commute about 3,000 miles a year on a bicycle. I ride to work 4 days out of 5 during the work week on a bicycle. And wherever there's a bike lane in this town, I feel very safe. And on that one section of Lynn Road, I feel very unsafe. And I have done the weave through the neighborhoods things that was talked about by someone earlier. And it's really hard to do, and I don't feel very safe doing that because those roads aren't marked with bike lanes, and many times there's cars parked along the sides of those roads, so it's really hard to be visible to the cars that are using those roads for transportation. So I'd really like to ask you folks, please approve this design. But let's move forward. Let's take all the right steps thoughtfully, but let's move forward and get some bike lanes on Lynn so that Lynn connects all the way from Simi Valley to Dos Vientos with bike lanes. Thank you.
Richard Clark, followed by James Hoagland, followed by John Dixon. So Richard Clark, James Hoagland.
Mayor Pro Tem Irwin, council members. I'm going to urge a no vote on this proposition. I think it's dangerous, unnecessary, inconvenient, and most importantly, I think there's something that needs more attention with this money than the bike lane on Lynn Road. It's dangerous. As you go up and down Lynn Road, you see the patches in the walls or the existing holes where there have been typically one-car accidents. If we stimulate bike traffic in this section, we're going to increase the likelihood of not just a property damage accident, but a tragedy. That's a real concern to me. Unnecessary. Most of the biking, not all, most of the bicycling done in town is recreational. Either avid bicyclists or weekend bicyclists. Point-to-point, direct route doesn't make a lot of difference in a recreational environment. You just put in the miles. Inconvenient. You're inhibiting vehicle flow. They call traffic calming. When I'm driving twice, 3 times a week on Lynn Road, it's congestion. Taking the trees out, probably not a good idea, but certainly not a deal breaker one way or another. But the thing I'd like to emphasize is that there's work in town that needs to be done, that should be done with this money before we start addressing squeezing traffic lanes on Lynn Road. And that is the less than a mile on Erbs Road with no or patchy sidewalks. Those have been there since before we were a city, and that needs our attention. Now, you're getting free money. Well, you think it's free, but it's somebody's money. I think it's time to spend our money putting at least decent sidewalks on a major arterial before we get to bike lanes. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Hoagland?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, can you just tell me again what sidewalks you're referring to?
The sidewalks going from Thousand Oaks Boulevard up to Falmouth on Erbs Road.
Oh, okay.
I challenge anybody to try to walk up there at night from this meeting. You don't want to do that.
Okay, I think the Public Works Director will address that at the end of comments.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have John Dixon, followed by April Thomas, followed by Norm Hook.
My name is John Dixon. I live in unincorporated Ventura County in Lynn Ranch. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the council, and thank you for your thoughtful questions to the panel earlier. The bike lane design looks safe on paper, but there's something missing. The community input has been limited to, I think, a single meeting in February, and that focused more on presentation than dialogue. The south section, particularly the southbound section of Lynn between Cayo Laredo and Hillcrest, deserves special consideration. Lynn Road approaches Hillcrest with a wicked 2,000-foot-long steady slope and an off-camber curve. And I'm reminded daily by a baseball cap memorial on the side of Calle Pecos in Lynn Ranch, where a young boy died on the 4th of July a few years ago, of the dangers of a long, steady slope and an off-camber curve. It creates unique hazards. I'm also the evidence of the broken and battered walls of Lynn Ranch along that road also give testimony to the dangers of that road. I'm concerned that the city of Thousand Oaks may be creating a dangerous condition in what looks like a safe bikeway by failing to adequately explore all the reasonable measures alternatives that could protect against injury. The south section alternatives listed on page 3 of this plan don't even mention a couple of the alternatives proposed at the public hearing I attended. And when you look at the totality of the circumstances, the slope, the line of sight problems, and the off-camber curve of this section that I'm referring to, I think there's a risk of serious injury and accident, and it's substantial. I understand that there are deadlines attached to the federal grants sought for this project, but necessity never made a bargain. If the city is going to rely on its discretionary approval and the immunity under Government Code 830.6, I recommend that the council study further, discuss, and debate the details of this plan and defer the approval, at least for tonight. Otherwise, I fear the federal funds may be the most expensive free money ever While I still have a few seconds, I'll make a couple of comments about earlier speakers. It's not about Lynn Ranch's broken walls. It's not about riding on the sidewalk. It's about safety. And giving cyclists a 4-foot strip of asphalt and a 6-foot white line on what I refer to as dead man's curve does not enhance safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. And Mr. Watkins, maybe at the end, you or somebody from Public Works can talk about the slope there between Laredo and Hillcrest. April Thomas, followed by Norm Hook, followed by Paul Schmier.
Hello, everyone. I'm April Thomas, and I am the Lynn Ranch Property Owners Association president, and I'm here on behalf of them as well as myself and a parent. The Lynn Ranch Property Owners Association is not opposed to a bike route on Lynn Road, but we want a safe one. Safety for pedestrians, bicycles, and the properties along the bike route should be everyone's first priority. The proposal that is on the agenda tonight is not necessarily the best route solution for the city and the residents. It does not adequately take into consideration the unique parameters of Lynn Road, southern section. This proposal is not a world-class bike route, nor is it the safest. Public Works calls it standard, but Lynn Road's southern portion is unique and requires more thought. The only reason the group is pushing this design through is to take advantage of the funding, which has a deadline of November. As we know, southern section of Lynn Road is too busy, narrow, fast, off-camber, and curvy to support a typical bike lane. There are 35,000 cars, and that's from a study 2 years ago, I think, that travel Lynn Road in that section. With the expansion of the city, the hospital, and the college, there's going to be a lot more traffic. To narrow the streets down by a whole lane is going to create a lot of traffic, beyond the fact that the narrowness does not allow anybody to move bicycles, pedestrians, or automobiles. The speeds are very high, and with the widening of the tarmac to the curb of the sidewalk, in my opinion, seems like it will allow the speeds to increase. The off-camber road allows cars to drift, and the rolled curb is a little bit thicker and than a white painted line. So to think that someone's going to not drift off and hit the wall or someone else is unrealistic. I don't know how the bike lane will cross the freeway. They haven't addressed that. They want to attach the two sides, but how are they going to go from across the freeway? As a parent and a resident living near Lynn Road, I know that this street is dangerous. I believe that a bike route that's separated from traffic is much safer. I don't know that it has to be on a sidewalk, but as the president of the LRPOA, I like the idea of a right-angle curb, but the road will be 5 feet, 6 feet closer than to the walls than it is now, and hopefully that would be enough to overcome. Ultimately, the LRPOA would like the City Council to table the proposal and explore some of the many solutions to this problem. I'm sure there's a lot of them, to keep safety of their citizens top of mind and not dollars and cents. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas? So when you're talking about the southern section, you're also talking about the area from Laredo to Hillcrest?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Norm Hook, followed by Paul Schmier, followed by Ed Morris.
Good evening, council members and Madam Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Norman Howe. I currently reside in Newbury Park. I'm an avid cyclist, a bike racer, and a local entrepreneur in the cycling industry. I was previously residing on Gainesboro, located between Lynn and Moore Park, and I was hopeful about that location. Proximity to work, the opportunity to ride my bike to the mall, to the shopping malls, grocery stores, visit my friends and my family. But I could not ride safely there. not without distinct disadvantages to take circuitous routes, as opposed to a more direct route along Lynn Road. There are valuable resources in that area: schools, the college, the hospital, churches. Give people an opportunity to choose an alternative form of transportation, as opposed to driving a car, to ride a bike. There is an assumption here by those disagreeing with the bike lane project that more traffic is necessarily car traffic. We all respond to incentives. If you give people an incentive to ride a bike, perhaps they will. And this is a community that supports that, and I believe that they will. To address an issue that was discussed about routes, that cyclists, recreational cyclists, are not concerned about routes. We are concerned about routes. While we do consider mileage, we also have family obligations, employer obligations to meet. So if it's an efficient way to travel along Lynn Road, then that's the way we would choose because of our other commitments. I humbly implore you to approve this project, and I greatly appreciate your time and consideration.
We have a question for you. Dr. Glancy?
Yeah, thank you. You live in Newbury Park now, you said?
That's correct.
Do you still try to bike commute to the malls and other places that you're going?
Yes, I do, because I live on the opposite side of the freeway. I'm able to use the bike lanes from my residence in Dos Vientos along Lynn Road to Movico, to the Oaks Mall, to various places, despite having to travel even across the freeway.
Okay. Are you primarily in bike lanes then?
I am primarily in bike lanes there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Schmier.
Hi. This is for the... my name is Paul Schmier. I live in unincorporated Ventura County, Lynn Ranch, within the city limits of Thousand Oaks. And I was the one that at the community meeting that was held on February 15th questioned whether or not the safety of the bike lane, and this was the what was presented at the meeting on the first slide here, was that they were going to have a 6-foot bike lane, and that was what was presented to the public on February 15th. Something looked off on this at the meeting. I couldn't figure it out until later, and I went down and measured, and there just wasn't the 6-foot there. There's no there. There's I tried to figure out how they were going to put in a 6-foot bike path. I'm all for, or a bike lane. I'm all for a bike lane and having a safe route. I would love to be able to ride my bike down to the mall, to Movico, to the restaurants and things like that. But when I measured it out, there just wasn't enough room. And so I brought that to the city's attention. They then pulled these slides off the city website and the presentation and came up with another design alternative, which was incorporating guardrails that would run from Manzanas down to Hillcrest, and nobody liked that. I don't blame anybody for not liking that. And when they came out now, they've reduced the bike lane by 50% down to 4 feet. And my concern is for all bicyclists, all the people in Kanejo Valley Cycling and the Bicycle Advisory Committee. These guys spend thousands of dollars on their bikes. You see them with their spandex zipping down the road, and we want to protect them too, but you got to take into consideration all of them. My concern is that, according to the Federal Highway Administration, 6 foot is the absolute minimum for the traffic on that road, based on the speed, the volume, the amount of the type of traffic, and the and the camber and things like that. So that's the Federal Highway Administration. That's not me saying that you really need 6 feet there. And so, since you didn't have 6 feet, and I then did some research, and I know from traveling in New York City, being in Portland, and other parts of the country, they have a thing called a bike track, which I'd like to correct Mark Watts. He said It's not a bicycle sidewalk. It's a bike track, and it is separated by a line down the middle of the road, just like you're trying to separate 50-mile-an-hour traffic from bikes. But you could have a 4 to 6 foot wide bike track that's elevated, running parallel to the sidewalk, and that would provide safety for the people on the bicycles. And as people have already said, they travel Lynn Road all the time. Rarely do you see any pedestrians on the sidewalk. If something were in their way...
Mr. Schmier, you're going to have to wrap it up, please. Thank you.
Well, okay. This is a diagram that I sent in to you, to the City Council, showing that the minimal width was 3.4 feet that a bicyclist needs. And my point was, you got 3.4 feet, now you got 4 feet that they've got to travel in. It's just not safe, and there are safer alternatives.
We will have Mr. Watkins address your concerns at the end of public comments. Thank you.
Questions?
Oh, okay.
Mr. Schmier, I do have a question. Is that bike track shared with pedestrians?
Much as it on the Brooklyn Bridge and Portland bridges and things like that, they are separated by a stripe, and they, just as you would separating traffic from that. And it's not like on a bike path like you see on a recreational area like at the beaches or something like that. I asked Ed, JC, and Mike, and I've asked several people within the CVC if they were familiar with the concept of a bike track, and they all said they weren't familiar with it. So I know it's a creative solution to a difficult problem.
Okay. Okay. And then you are basically stating tonight that you caught a measuring mistake, for lack of a better term.
Right. Right.
And then that was subsequently corrected by staff.
Well, they corrected it by reducing the bike lane from 6 feet to 4 foot.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Schmier. Ed Morris, followed by Brett Austin, followed by Suzanne Duckett.
My name's Ed Morris. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for 20 years, and I ride bicycles. And I've ridden on I've ridden on Lynn Road probably about 1,000 times or more. And whether the bike lane goes in or not, I'm still going to ride on Lynn Road. It's just the way it is. I hope you put the I hope the bike lane goes in, because it will make it safer. All of Lynn Road, from past Dos Vientos to the city limits, where it turns into Olson Road and also into Simi, all has a bike lane. All of it. That's like 20 miles. We're talking 2.5 miles that doesn't. There's nothing special about this 2.5 miles. You can have a bike lane like the rest of it. The money's available. It's just a matter of going through the motions and getting it done. Thanks.
Brett Austin, followed by Suzanne Duckett, followed by Heidi Christensen.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Pro Tem Merwin. My name is Brett Austin. I'm a resident of Camarillo, but I'm also an avid cyclist and really enjoy cycling in the city of Thousand Oaks and spending my money in the city of Thousand Oaks. I'm primarily speaking tonight on behalf of this proposition and this proposal, and on behalf of my daughter, who is a California Lutheran University student, and she would like to use her bicycle to get to work, and she and her roommates who live in Thousand Oak would like to use their bicycles to get to CLU, but I recommend against it. I've raised my family being cyclists. It promotes fitness, it promotes the ecology, and it saves money on for these students on buying gasoline. But I discourage them from riding on Lynn Road because of the safety issues. So I would encourage you to favorably consider this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Suzanne Duckett, followed by Heidi Christensen, followed by Joe Staines.
I have a point of order. I don't want the clock started yet. Nobody is out there at that desk passing out statement cards or speaker cards. Now, this is a huge issue, and I don't know why somebody is not out there. People have come after this has gotten opened, and they have not been offered the cards.
Answer. We'll double check, but there should be the sign out there that says that we have the cards here to come see the city clerk.
Yeah, but nobody knows, not nobody. People like me who come all the time get it. But people who are not often here don't understand where they need to go to get a card.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Duckett. If anybody needs a statement card or a speaker card, we have them up here, and we have the Assistant City Manager sitting at the table. Thank you for pointing that out to us.
You're very welcome. Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. Tonight you're here to put together a solution. It's my opinion that the solution of these people here tonight is not the solution for Lynn Road. And I'm talking between Sidley and Hillcrest. And it is a special place because it is not safe. Now, these people up here, who are sitting up here from the city, put those circles in the middle, in the middle of the intersection. So you have to drive in the middle of the intersection in order to get the light to change. And these are the people who have brought this plan together for you. Now, this is not the right plan. The plan tonight might be the bike track, might be, or it could be making those lanes smaller, narrower, and reducing the speed. Now, if there is a traffic buildup, you need the lights better synchronized so that people can move through those areas very nicely and don't have to go into the middle of the intersection in order to make the lights change, as these people want you to do and make us do daily. Now, nobody here wants unsafe places for people to ride their bike. But nobody has offered any solution here tonight for night lights. Lighting on automobiles, you have to put your lights on at night. If you remove trees and bushes in the median, how about the light night issue, which has not even been brought up? I want motorists to be safe driving on Lynn Road. I do not want 1 inch of that median removed because that is a safety net for motorists. There are far more motorists on Lynn Road than there are bicyclists. Now, and there are almost nobody in that space walking. Almost never. So we want to find a solution here tonight. That is your job. But it is not your job to make one group more safe than another group. And yes, if people are driving on Lynn Road and they have an accident because you've removed some of the median, I want them to sue you guys. I do want you to be held liable. Because tonight I'm expecting you to put together a solution that's good for everybody, not at the expense of some people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Duckett. Heidi Christensen, followed by Joe Staines, followed by Nick Kidway.
My name is Heidi Christensen. I live in Newbury Park. I'm here to provide an additional indication that support for this bike lane proposal, this extremely well-done proposal, is not just a guy thing. I bicycle commute from my home in Newbury Park at Lynn and Ventu to my job in Camarillo about twice a week. Of that ride, including going down Potrero Road in the dark generally, lit up like a Christmas tree, I might add, The most dangerous part of that ride is that 2.5-mile section of Lynn Road. I generally don't even ride it because it's so dangerous. On the times when I'm so late that I don't have an alternative, I find the experience just rather horrifying. I understand, as a mother, I understand people's concerns for their children riding on that portion of the bike lane, but also as a mother and as a child psychologist, I would hope that people would realize that you have to make decisions about what is right for your child to do based on their skill level and their maturity level. Certainly, if they're not ready to ride in the bike lane as proposed, there are other alternatives for them. But for a commuter, it is really pretty close to the only alternative to get from one place to the other, and I appreciate the attempts to make it safer for commuters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Cook. Joe Staines, followed by Nick Kidway, followed by Tula Callegas.
Hi, my name is Joe Staines. I live in Lynn Ranch, and I've been a resident of the Thousand Oaks area for over 30 years. I lived in the city before I moved into the unincorporated area. I'm concerned about safety, but there's one particular issue that has not been mentioned, and that's where the Lynn Road curves down into Laredo on its way down to Hillcrest. There is no traffic light there. For cars coming out of Laredo, they have to really pull into the lanes of traffic right now to see the traffic coming from north to south. And I would like to see a traffic light put in at that spot as part of this project. I think it'll make it safer for the bikers, and it'll make it safer for the traffic coming in and out of Lynn Ranch at that point. So I know this is going to go through as far as the lane goes. I would rather see 6 feet than 4 feet for the safety of the bikers, but if they're happy with 4, I'm happy. There's one other question I have. We talked before about cars driving in the bike lanes. That's a violation of law. Can bikes drive in the car lanes? Is that a violation of the law? Because these very often the bikers are not going single file. You know, there's 2, 3, 4 across, and if one is a violation, the other isn't, I'd just like to know why. Former sheriff, maybe you can help me with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will address your questions at the end, and I think the light on Laredo is it is a county issue also, so we'll have Mr. Watkins address that at the end of comments. Mr. Kidway, and our last speaker is Tula Callegas.
Nick Iqbal Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, in close proximity to Lynn Ranch, I guess. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm disappointed. I do like the Mayor Pro Tem being open more than our current mayor and giving additional time, people additional time. But this is a little sign that is out there. There's 2 of them, so I took one. I'll put it back. It's laying on like that. I mean, you guys, just common sense. You need to at least stand it up. But the thing is, look at that water sign. I mean, you need a sign something like that if you don't want to have a live person there, so that somebody that comes, they will not miss it. I mean, it's unbelievable. And then you already have, 2 city clerks over here. The only thing missing there is, I guess, there's no TV screen there or something like that. So put a TV screen there so they can watch the proceedings or something like that. I mean, these are just basic things. I mean, I don't know. Well, on a positive note, on Daily News, there was a great article about a bike cyclist who was trying to break a record of going around the world. He's from India, and he's a mountaineer. It's taking him 2.5 years, and the great thing that he said was that he had bicycled through Europe and Africa, and he was just really very happy with U.S., especially California, coming from Sacramento area, and he was going to Mexico, and praised our bike paths and all that versus the rest of the world. So I'm very happy for that. In the 80s, I had a small business in the community, and I had a Ford van at that time that was a gas guzzler, and I think the gas gauge did not work well. And the reason I bring it up is because I believe 3 times I ran out of gas on Lynn Road, and this was in the 80s. There was no cell phone, and like the speaker said, there's hardly any
pedestrians, but I ended up walking, going to some of the homes, either getting gas or calling home and getting somebody. And for me, safety is of paramount concern. I'm thinking of getting some exercise and buying a trailer and taking my 2 grandkids behind me. But I cannot think for a moment that I would go on Lynn Road, even with a bike path. I cannot risk those 2 precious lives. Mine, I guess the council would be happy to get rid of, but some people would not be. So even though, I mean, a lot of people have supported it, but I think this issue has not really been flushed out properly. And I would implore that staff don't take it personally, but look at what people like Ms. Duckett and others have said and incorporate those comments into the plan that they do. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Our last speaker is Tula Clovis. Good evening, Mrs. Clovis.
Good evening, friends. I just flew in from New York 4 hours ago, and I didn't even know about this meeting.
At least you have your clothes on. Last time you came in your pajamas.
I beg your pardon?
I said at least you have your clothes on. Last time you came in your pajamas.
I know. I was sleeping, and I just, again, and I kept... Anyway, I heard the gentleman talking about the Herbs Road, and that's where I caught up what was going on. I do not know the details of this, to be honest, but I heard about the trees, and which I don't know which ones you're going to remove, and I have certain thoughts that I know that you will make the decision, but I respect my opinion very much, and I thought I should be heard. First of all, the light on Lotus was moved up on the scale of lights, and today as I was coming and I was hurrying to come, it was very difficult to cross in the night. So if the bike lane goes on, the light of Lotus is a must. Now, if we all care about the environment and the emissions, and the bikes are so good for it, just like in Portland, perhaps the trees are equally as good for the environment. Again, from the clapping, I could tell that there's a big group supporting the bikes, and there's a club here. But how many of these clubs are going to ride down Lynn Road? We have to consider that. I live there, and I see 1, 2 bikes going down. I'm not against, I think it's beautiful to have the bikers very country-like, but Lynn Road is an arterial street and not meant for, it's not like going to the country. You're going through an arterial street to the freeway. In addition, I want to remind all of you the death of a dentist on Westlake Boulevard, a biker, that the whole community cried about. And a death like that can happen in Lynn Road because a car is a big vehicle, and that's a 2-lane street that was considered to be the turnpike of Simi Valley. They come through there down to the freeway. They may slow down because of the bikes, but it's not a country road. And you know how much I love Thousand Oaks. I think you should consider what I told you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clovis. Okay. All right. Can we have a follow-up from our Public Works Department, please, on
Sure. Be happy to make a few comments in regards to some of the questions that were raised. There was a question in regards to the Herbs Road sidewalk and the suggestion that that should be a higher priority. The Herbs Road sidewalk is part of the city's capital plan. We've been proceeding with that. City Council approved an EIR on that last year, and we started design, and we also started the right-of-way acquisition. We ended up not obtaining 2 of the parcels at the southern end, and so we're designing around those. But the design of Herbs Road is nearly complete, but it is proceeding and nearly complete, and that would be basically the addition of sidewalks and bike lanes on Herbs Road to complete that link. That project is not fully funded, and so that's the challenge right now when we do complete design, is to find the funding. One of the advantages of projects like the one we're talking about tonight in Herbs Road is that there are specialized funding vehicles out there, or funding methods for both pedestrians and bicyclists. And so we're very optimistic that we will get Herbs Road funded also. Another question came up in regards to the camber of the wall and the wall issues. I'm sorry, the camber of the road and wall issues. There's a number of ways to design roadways, and a lot of these roadways were designed back when cars were traveling at much slower speeds. And so some of the issues we've had around town is that cars are traveling too fast given the road conditions. Lynn Road is one of those that was designed with kind of a regular cross-section where you've got a median in the center and the road is angled down to the curbs on both sides for drainage. But then as the road turns different ways, so for example, if you're heading southbound and the road's turning left, then the camber is the opposite way that you would want it to be for carrying traffic because it's kind of turning the opposite direction. At this point, to fix something like that is very, very difficult, very expensive. The right thing to do, what most drivers do, is you end up slowing down because your car is kind of going the wrong direction. What this project will do is add an 8-inch curb face. So currently you've got that camber of the roadway and that long downhill, and then you've got basically no protection. You've got that little bit of concrete swale and then the sidewalk. This project will add an 8-inch curb face. Typically in most residential neighborhoods, the curb face is 6 inches, and so this will be 2 inches taller than that. So you'll have an 8-inch vertical curb that would inhibit cars from crossing onto the sidewalk. If a car is going at it at a 90-degree angle, it can still mount an 8-inch curb, but if it's going at some sort of an oblique angle, then it can tend to either slow the car or redirect the car back down, and so that would be an advantage of this project. It would be a benefit. The other thing that would happen, though, is that curb is moving closer to the wall, but the cars are not moving closer to the wall. The white stripe, the white solid line, will be, in essence, where that current V-ditch is now. And so there'd be additional pavement there, but that pavement is for the bicycles only. So the curb does get closer, the cars do not get any closer. I'm going to let Kathy answer how to cross a freeway. I will add also that we're in design also for the Wendy interchange. That will be going out to bid this year. One of the major components of that is figuring out how to get bikes across and back and forth across the 101 at Wendy. And that's actually, in some cases, the design of the bicycle lanes has kind of driven the rest of the design. But as I'm sure all the cyclists know here, freeway crossings are one of the most difficult because oftentimes you have free right turns, both getting on the freeway and getting off. So not only is it not signal protected or stop sign protected, but the cars have a free right to get on the freeway and at times to get off. And so that presents very unique challenges with the interchanges. Kathy will also address the FHWA in regards to 6-foot minimum width. In regards to the bike track, this is something that was discussed quite a bit at both the community meeting and with follow-up discussions with the resident. This may indeed be a very good idea, and maybe it's used successfully in other places, but as I think we showed, and actually the slide I've got up if TOTV wants to show it, the bicycle master plan that we have is dominated by the current type of Class 2 bike lanes we have. And this can also be said for the rest of Ventura County. And so this is what bicyclists here are used to. And one of the things council has heard us talk about before with all traffic control is you try to do something that is predictable and that people know how to interpret. And so these are the type of bike lanes that both motorists and bicyclists are used to seeing. It doesn't require them to stop and think and have to read a sign or something to know what it is to do. This is consistent with what we've done throughout the rest of the city. On the Laredo signal, that'll be the third one Kathy will address. And then in regards to the 4 foot, a lot of talk about whether 4 feet's wide enough. That is what our minimum is right now. If we get that concept blessed by the City Council tonight, we will proceed with design. If we can get that 4 feet edged out to 4.5 or 5 feet through the design process, we will do that. But the 4 feet is a minimum. And then one of the final gentlemen asked whether or not, if cars can't use a bike lane, why can bikes use a vehicle lane? That is in accordance with the vehicle code. Bicyclists are considered a vehicle like any other vehicle out there, and they do have a legal right to use a lane of traffic. And so that is the way the vehicle code is written right now. And on the final item, in regards to the city clerk sign, if the city clerk needs the Public Works Department to make a sign for them, we'd be happy to do so. And I'll let Kathy make a few comments, and then we'll conclude.
The question that came up, how do the bicyclists cross the freeway? They use the through lane. They usually stay as far to the right as possible. And as Mark said, we're improving the Wendy Bridge. It'll be the first bridge in the entire county that has a designated button for bicyclists to cross. So the more novice cyclists will be able to use a pedestrian crossing. But for the most part, all the bridges in the county, a cyclist uses the through lane. The issue about using the FHWA recommended standard of 6 feet. Again, we use Caltrans standard, not to say that we wouldn't use an FHWA recommended standard, but that's not a standard. It's what would be recommended for, I guess, if you never had to compromise anything. And we would happily like to have 6 feet. There's going to be 6 feet on the northbound side between Hillcrest and Camino Manzanas. But we don't have enough room for 6 feet throughout the whole Lynn Road bike lanes, and actually the whole rest of Lynn Road doesn't have 6 feet bike lanes either. As you go up to Simi Valley or out through Dos Santos, there's not 6 feet of bike lanes on those that part of the road. The question about the Laredo signal, it is a county intersection. Correct me, I think it's the right-out only intersection, too. You can't make lefts when you come out of there. I can forward the request to the county to evaluate it for to have it be a signal, but right now it doesn't. The city wouldn't be proceeding installing a signal at the intersection because it's not our intersection. I guess one thing I heard several times about the issue of should this be studied more. Hull & Foreman was contracted January 2010. We've been studying this this part of Lynn Road for a year and a half. We've had many discussions with the bicycle advisory team, both at the formal level and a group level for who they represent. There's a public meeting. The public has seen it was noticed. I personally, we've taken a very slow process in looking at it. It's not been driven by our funding, but at this point, because we've taken a year and a half, the funding is coming up. So it's not about the funding, but it's necessary to move forward so we can use the funding.
Very good. Questions of staff? Mr. Gillette?
Thank you, Mrs. Irwin. Mr. Watkins, did the Traffic Commission hear this issue, this item?
No, they did not.
Why?
On the bicycle advisory team, we have a traffic commissioner and a planning commissioner, and in fact, the traffic commissioner is a very active cyclist. So we feel that by taking to the bicycle advisory team, it was a good representation of input from different groups.
I strongly disagree with you. That's why we have boards, commissions, and panels to deal with community issues, big issues, and this is a big issue. This whole thing about talking to the community, the immediate neighbors, and what have you. We spent over 2 years with a committee dealing on the speed limit issue and raising walls and other related issues on Lynn Road. Lynn Road is a mistake, the way it was designed, the way it was put through, the way it was patched together as the city grew. There isn't much we can do about it now, but from this point forward, we're all trying to get it right. And I think we need all the help we can get, including all the help we can get from the residents who live right on it and use it on a regular basis, and the visitors that use it. So that's enough editorial for right now. Mr. Watkins, I wanted to ask you on controlled intersection signal activation issues. Are those resolved now for two-wheel vehicles and cycles and what have you that don't have immediate access to walking up and pushing the button? I know at one point it was weight and size, and we had a whole discussion or several on that. Is that issue resolved now?
It's getting better. What we use now, we used to use inductive loops, and so you'd see about a 4 or 5 foot loop that had been cut into the asphalt, and within that you ran some copper wire. You could set up a current, and then you could sense vehicles with that. A couple of drawbacks: bicycles oftentimes are all alloy, so there's no ferrous metals in there to detect, and so it's very difficult. We're converting those slowly all over to cameras, and so now as you look at your traffic signals, you see a camera up there, and that camera is not there to take pictures of you. It's just there to sense vehicles. And so with the cameras, we can detect bicycles, motorcycles, other smaller vehicles much more
There is enough
accurately.
mass then to activate it, so.
Yeah, and so we've been converting. So I would say, I'm not sure what the percentage of cameras is now, but it's very high. And so
Is that included in this plan to retrofit or fix those so that if this goes through, that's one less impediment
We've
to
generally
food?
been doing it as we overlay streets, because as part of the overlays, we usually would grind up the loops and they had to be replaced anyway. So we've been doing some in addition to the overlays, and we've been doing them as we did overlays. And I can't recall, Chris, do you or Kathy recall whether we've got cameras already on Lynn Road?
We have them at Jan's and Arbalest and Flores. So the north segment all has cameras.
Those are the three main ones, but when you get down to Manzanas and Gainesboro or Dos Rios.
That would be a good follow-on project, though, is to make sure that that we convert.
It's an
those over to
additional
cameras
piece, because if this does go through and you've got cyclists who pull down there and there's no automobile to pull up and activate the signal, then they have to get off the bike and walk over and push the buttons.
That would be a good addition to the project.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Ms. Bill de la Pena?
Thank you. How much money have we spent so far on the design of the $175,000 allocated?
Who's best to answer that? The gentleman who's been sending us the bills seems to know. So, go ahead, Henrik, if you feel free.
I'm not sure, but I believe it's about $40,000.
Okay, thank you. And then I would like to go back to this measuring mistake. Why is it true what was said tonight, that obviously by looking at the pictures there is one number of 6 feet that is later changed to 4 feet, and then from 18 to 17 feet on the other side of Lynn Road? You made those adjustments in response to Mr. Schmier's discovery?
Yes, that's the honest answer. He called up. I panicked. I went out there and measured with Chris. What we did is we were measuring at a different location than he was measuring. We were measuring basically from curb to curb and not from the paved section. So we now have a more conservative amount that we're measuring. It's still the same amount of right-of-way. It's still the same amount of pavement. We were showing 6 feet before because it was more generous, you could say less conservative. Now we're just being more conservative. The road hasn't moved, the walls haven't moved, but to be consistent and not have anyone draw into question, well, where did you measure? Pavement is pavement, and to try to explain, well, we measured from the top of curb to the bottom of the flow line, and here and there, we just decided, well, we'll measure the street. And it was great that he brought us to our attention, but it doesn't change how much road is out there. I mean, it was always the same.
Well, it might affect the final design and construction when it comes to the striping and whatnot.
Absolutely, but it can't get any more narrow. We're at the absolute minimum that it could possibly be out there. If anything, we could have 4.5, 5 more feet of bike lane.
Are you confident that there aren't any such discrepancies in other areas along Lynn Road tonight, that are part of the proposal tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we had an engineering survey done. It was all shot and engineered, and it ties in with the plans.
Okay. I believe that most of the other questions have been answered, including how to connect to the freeway or how to cross the freeway, the 101 freeway. Thank you.
Before a motion, is there any other council discussion or questions? Okay.
One question I do have is, you're asking the council to approve a concept. This is not etched in stone. Changes can still be made with some of the comments made this evening.
I would say that once council approves this concept, we will go forward with the final design. We'll bring that final design back to city council for approval to go out for bids, and they'll bring it back to council to recommend award of a contract. But we will proceed with this concept. We're not going to come back with design alternatives. It will be this concept that we go forward and design.
With no changes whatsoever?
With very minor changes. I mean, we're going to, like I said, on the 4 feet, for example, we're going to maximize that. We'll get as much as we can as we're going through final design.
The reason I'm asking, if we were to send it back to the Traffic Commission and the Traffic Commission were to make other recommendations, that would not be doable if we were to approve this in concept tonight.
Correct. Right. At this point, if you approve it in concept, we will go forward with final design.
Okay. Thank you.
I wanted to, because we only have 4 people this evening, and I'm concerned about a 2-2 vote, what I wanted to do is see if first, if the city attorney can talk about a straw poll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. It is, because it is a there's 4 members tonight. If there was a motion, depending on what it said, if it's 2-2, it's considered a lost motion under this part of our rules. So one of the things that council might want to consider doing is a straw vote to see where the council's leaning, and not take an official vote until you have that idea. If it is looking like that there is no majority one way or the other, then one of the things you can do is continue this matter to the next meeting, and that the mayor would then have the opportunity, as we've done other times when we've been in a tie, have the opportunity to listen to the tapes and then vote whichever way he chooses at the next meeting. You can have a discussion again and make a motion. And you also have the benefit that it's not a, well, we've done it under the zoning, because under our zoning rules, that specifically provides that you're supposed to try to break a tie vote. So I'm just suggesting, if you'd like to, it would be appropriate, and you can do a straw poll motion to see where the council is before actually taking a vote.
And do we have to do a vote on whether we can do a straw poll?
You can make a motion that says, I move to do a straw vote, and here's what it is, and then you would be voting on not whether you can do a straw vote, on what your straw vote is. Okay, what I mean is the mayor pro tem could say, I'm moving a straw vote on whether the council supports the recommendations or not, and then everybody votes that either yes, they support the recommendation, or no, they don't, and it's not an official vote.
If I may ask the city attorney a question, when we make our straw vote, do we do it without preamble, or is it just a naked vote?
Whatever you wish, because we don't have rules on that. So you can discuss it and everything else just as if it was a real vote.
Ms. Pena? Did you have a question?
I did have a question. We do have the opportunity for deliberation, and during our deliberation, we can hint as to which way we're leaning or the recommendations we would like to make, and perhaps any final motion could be including amendments that are palatable to everyone, and we may not have to take a naked vote.
And a straw vote can be deliberations. The whole idea is to reach consensus.
Dr. Gillette?
Thank you, Mrs. Irwin. To anyone, Mr. Watkins, what would the consequences be if the council decided to ask for at least one more public gathering meeting to discuss this issue and focus on the residents that are, again, you said you went out with a broad net, you doubled the space, the notification, and did that again, and draft the invitation specifically to encourage residents along the corridor, because even though they're a small number, they are a major stakeholder in this. And we've heard from a number of them tonight, the concerns expressed. I don't think anyone's opposed to a bike path. I haven't heard anyone, but I've received an awful lot of phone calls from neighbors that abut Lynn Road, both in the unincorporated side and the incorporated, both the east and west sides, that either missed the meeting, weren't able to go in February or what have you, are concerned about it, and it's always about safety. And there may be that silver bullet suggestion may be in that meeting. I don't know. But what would the, if we as a council delayed this to accommodate a public meeting on it again? I mean, we had, well, I don't even want to get in the automobile sign, but talking about it, but we talked about it, and this community is notorious for talking about issues of community concern, and I just don't feel that this particular issue has had the degree of discussion within the immediate community that it deserves. So what would the potential consequences be of a delay?
What we would do is put to risk our grant funding. So we could potentially still go forward with the project, either using more city funding or letting that grant funding go and looking for other grant funding at a later date. But what's at risk now is the grant funding that we have.
And do we have a Do you have a timeline, anything? Are we talking 90 days, 60 days, 30 days?
It's Chris, if you want to go through this more, I believe it's November, or Kathy, whichever you is the most knowledgeable on exactly the specifics and what's required.
The specifics that the project needs, the funding needs to be obligated by November, which means we'd have to go out to bid and award a contract in order to obligate the money. So backing up.
Well, and design. You got to have something. You got to have a
so
project.
You have to have the design to go out to bid, to hire a contract to obligate, and we basically don't have any wiggle room at this point.
Okay, so we're talking 6 months, right?
Yeah, between now and then.
Between now and then, give or take 6 months. Is that doable?
Hull & Foreman has told us it is doable, so we believe them that they will be able to get the design out to bid within the next month.
But if we were to go back and hold another public hearing, another public meeting, and then come back to City Council, then that would kind of blow the hole in the schedule. And we apologize. That's not. We know we don't like to back City Council in a corner. All these different grants all come with different requirements, and so you see us all the time trying to jump through these hoops to meet our grant requirements, and this is one of those situations.
Well, I'll tell you, I am deeply concerned about the Traffic Commission not playing a role in this. That's why we have a Traffic Commission. I'm not. I don't want to get. I'm not scolding anybody. That's why we have boards, commissions, and panels to help us with that and provide another platform for a public hearing and public debate on an issue of concern. That wasn't done. There was the one meeting in February. There's no question in my mind that anyone that is a cycle enthusiast wants a bicycle, wants a route down Lynn Road, and it makes all sense in the world. But, when it came up, ideally would be 6 feet, but it's down to 4 feet. And again, you cannot get the feel of what's out there unless you're there every day and use it regularly and see what goes on out there. All the statistical data in the world and all of the information that comes from various sources will never take the place of hands-on empirical experience that is gained from the folks that are there all the time. And that's why we have these types of public hearings, to get that in. And I think the public discussion on this particular issue has not been as extensive as I personally would have liked to have seen it. And I'm trying to find a way to at least get another bite or so of that apple.
I would add, if it helps, the master plan did go to the Traffic Commission. And we had a previous traffic commissioner here that talked about that process. So the master plan piece did. The specific project didn't. The bicycle advisory team acts as a city committee and so usually if we're kind of going to that committee, that's the committee you've gone to as opposed to another. So it wasn't like we were trying to purposely avoid the traffic commission per se. We worked through what we thought was the appropriate committee for this particular project.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. Now, from that, did you glean where I am with this? Y'all? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what the procedure is here. I'll say, though, that in the time I've been on council, I've heard nothing but the horror story of Lynn Road. When I came aboard, 2 council members had been working diligently for a rather long time with the residents on trying to figure out how to get control of the speed limit and get it down to a more reasonable level. We were chastised severely for attempting to establish speed traps. And luckily, we got not luckily, but with thought, a great deal of thought actually, did another engineering study. We were able to lower the speed limit 5 miles an hour. I think everyone would agree that the speed limit really should be lower still. I don't think we're going to get there unless we do something with it. What we've been talking about really is dealing with safety. Now, I'm not quite sure what local residents are going to offer in the lines of bicycle safety, because we're talking about bicycle safety in my mind. We've heard from a lot of cyclists here, quite a few of them actually, who are residents of the area, and they strongly support the use of the cycle path as designed or as proposed. Bike lanes should have traffic calming results. traffic calming results should drop the speed limit. If it drops the speed limit, we ought to be able to get another engineering study and very possibly drop the speed limit again, which is really the desired result in my mind, other than providing the bike safety. Sidewalks, in my mind, aren't the answer. I can't tell you how many times I have, at the last moment, seen a cyclist in the dark of night riding on a sidewalk going in the wrong direction. It happens. We can't legislate against that at this point, but it does happen. I definitely don't think that sidewalks are the place for the serious cyclist. These guys are trying to go somewhere. They're commuting. And several of them spoke. They got their head down, they're churning, and they're going pretty quickly. They don't need to be mixed with pedestrians and cyclists that aren't quite serious. I think that parents of children who are not very talented cyclists would be well advised to keep their kid from riding on Lynn Road. That's why I asked the one speaker about his confidence in his children's ability in riding to school if we had a bike lane. It seems when we talk about projects that are a little sticky, one of the things that comes up oftentimes from some of the speakers, sometimes from up here, is let's take more time. Let's look at this more completely. Let's get more input. And a lot of time, while we may accomplish something, I think a lot of time what we do is we lose time. And as was seen in a previous proposed project in the last year, we lose access to funds because we've taken too much time. I would like to move the staff recommendation. I would like staff to take a very, very hard look at going from 4 foot on the southern side to 6 feet, approaching 6 feet anyway for the bike lane. Because I really think that a 4 foot bike lane, while it may be fit our minimum, that's what we're talking about. Sounds to me, and I got to say I'm not a cyclist, but it sounds to me like we're talking about one of the more dangerous parts of Lynn Road is down there. And I don't think that's where we need to make it more narrow. I think it's where we need to enhance it as well as we should. So anyway, if it's okay with the city attorney, I'll make the motion. Yeah, we can do straw poll on it.
Okay. All right. I did neglect to say that we had 48 comment cards that were all in favor of the bike lanes. Okay. Now it's your turn. I apologize.
Thank you very much. I have to say that I will not be able to support a motion that includes widening the bike lane. I am somewhat aghast that we did not seek the input of the entire Traffic Commission. Perhaps we only considered the input of one traffic commissioner. We could have certainly held another community meeting. However, as has been shown to us with the Automall sign, where we had, I think, 7 meetings for the Automall sign. It didn't really, in my opinion, get that far. So 2 meetings would be enough for anyone before they tire out completely. And I would, as I mentioned, like to have the input of the Traffic Commission. However, in recognizing the concerns of the residents who live there, I do feel that, as was stated tonight, bicyclists do have a right to the roadway, and certainly, in my opinion and my experience, adding bike lanes to any road is a traffic calming measure. No doubt about that. It forces the driver to slow down. I certainly slow down when I see someone in a bicycle lane, whether it be a mother pushing her stroller or a bicyclist actually. Sometimes even side by side, driving in the bike lane. I would reluctantly accept the recommendations by the staff tonight. I would not recommend anything that would widen the bike lanes, because it sounds as though it was a compromise between the bicycle community as well as some of the residents. Let me see, what else did I have here? The only question I do have to staff one last time is, when you considered the design, did you also consider the added traffic the hospital expansion will bring to Lynn Road?
Yes, we look at what's going to be the full build out of the city, and what the effect the full build out of traffic will be with the bike lanes. And it's still part of the travel lane is to have bike lanes on it. So we were looking at having the bike lanes. Having the full build out wouldn't change the recommendation of having bike lanes.
It wouldn't change the level of service. It would remain at a C.
Then, if you're looking at the intersection of Hillcrest and Lynn, are you specifically talking about that? The recommendation to remove the northbound, one of the northbound through lanes? Yes, we looked at that, and with the adding of the hospital, it does not change the level of service. Full build out, that intersection didn't have the capacity with or without that through northbound lane. So there's no change in the build out from it already being unacceptable, but with the hospital expansion, it doesn't change the level of service. It's very important that that one lane has very little use, because it does directly change into the right turn pocket. So if you go out and observe it, there's very little traffic in that lane. So removing the lane doesn't change the level of service.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I appreciate it. So, Mr. Glancy, if you were to make your motion or change your motion to approve the recommendations as is or as they are, then I would support that.
I'd really appreciate that. I certainly do. I remove my admonition to staff to really try to get that bike lane to 6 feet instead of the 4, and gladly accept the 4-foot bike lane.
Okay, in that case, then I think we will how about a regular motion then?
Yes.
And okay.
Thank you. I move staff recommendation.
Dr. Gillette?
I'm not going to support the vote. I just feel that the urgency doesn't exist, and that we have not had as much dialogue on this issue as we could. I'm absolutely supportive of the bike lane. I think it's the right thing, the right place, the right time. But I think we've bypassed a very, very important part of our decision-making process. And I don't think we had to, and I would like to see us pick that up. It doesn't sound like it. Well, that's my position on it.
Ms. Bildo-Lapena?
I would like to reiterate a comment that was made tonight, namely that the bicyclists are the ones that are actually really risking their lives, not necessarily the driver. So if the bicyclists are willing to accept what is proposed tonight, then certainly I will feel comfortable with that.
Right, and I am obviously going to be supporting the motion also. I think we decided 3 or 4 years ago that we were going to become a bike-friendly town, and not all these decisions are easy, because this city is already built out, and Lynn Road in this area is somewhat of a compromise with the going from 4 to 6 feet. But I think we need to put our money where our mouth is, and it is vitally important to the biking community that this be a continuous route, Lynn Road from Dos Vientos all the way to Simi, and that we support the bike lanes on Lynn Road. I think the side benefit, I am convinced, because I do trust our public works staff and our consultants, is that the traffic speeds will slow down, and I think we will end up making it a safer environment for everybody, including the walls. And I do think that it has gone through an extensive process. A lot of very passionate people want to see this city turn into the bike-friendly town. And, reiterate again, the Amgen race is coming up in a couple of weeks. We have the right of silence. We are moving in that direction. We're recognized as a bike-friendly town, and I think this is a very important step. So, maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I want to express my appreciation to staff for their effort and hard work in this. Also, the cyclists and everyone that provided input, the residents from the homeowners group, everyone who provided input, I really appreciate. I think getting this bike lane will have tremendous benefit for Lynn Road. I really look for it to create some calming with the desired goal of being able to drop the speed limit another 5 miles an hour, and maybe we can just keep chinking away at it. It's going to provide a great deal of safety for our cyclists who are going to be riding that road anyway. And it also works us closer toward the concept of sustainability. Ever since Glenn Garvin was killed several years ago, I became very concerned about the need for us to have more cycling paths. And it really pleases me to be able to add this to our supply. So I appreciate it. And ready.
Vote, please.
Motion passed 3-1 with Councilmember Gillette dissenting.
Thank you. And we are going to take a break and go into our closed session the city attorney will announce.
The City Council will be going into closed session. There are 2 conferences with real property negotiators under Government Code Section 54-956.8. One has to do with Automall Drive adjacent to the 101 freeway. There are altogether 4 different parcels, 2 different property owners. The agency negotiators are Jay Spurgeon and Chris Norman. Negotiating properties for the property owner is Dollinger Westlake Associates, and for the other properties it's Loretta Brendan. And as I said, both are price and terms under the code. We will not be doing 15B tonight, and council will also be going into closed session with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54-956.9, subsection C2 cases.
Okay, which one? All right. City Attorney, can you report out, please?
Yes, there is one item that needs to be reported out from the closed session. The council has authorized initiation of a lawsuit. Under the Brown Act, the specifics of the action, including the defendants, will not be announced tonight, but once the case is commenced, then that information can be disclosed upon inquiry, and the vote was 4-0 to authorize initiation. Thank you.
And we are now on item 10, study session for the 2011-12 and 2012-13 operating budget. And John Adams, our finance director, is going to be doing the study session.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Irwin and City Council. Tonight is a study session on our operating budget for the complete city. I'm going to step through several slides for council. If there's questions as we're going, please feel free to ask. Tonight, here's our agenda. Again, a study session, so we're really looking for input from council, questions, any direction council would like to give staff.
Okay.
We're going to cover the budget life cycle and sort of our preparation and process. We're going to talk about financial management and policies that council has implemented. Give you a little brief history. We'll talk about the budget summary. I'm going to spend a little more time in the general fund and the library fund and give you the highlights in those areas. I'm also going to talk about some other funds and our challenges, and then looking for recommendations. So that's the agenda. Key points, again, study session to obtain comments from the City Council. One of the things that we always like to talk about is our financial planning, our financial strategic plan, City Council policies, financial policies, and how that has helped us manage city's finances for over 45 years. This budget is in compliance with the city's financial policies. 2009-11, the last two-year budget, was a very challenging time. We'll talk about the significant declines in revenues and how the city has responded to those challenges. This process and the development has been dynamic. We are operating under a new normal, and we'll talk about staffing levels and reductions in expenditures accordingly. Here's just a reminder about the budget life cycle. Certainly we talk about policy and strategy development, budget development, adoption process, implementation, monitoring and feedback. That's us providing monthly reports, giving you updates on goals and objectives. And then we start the process again as far as needs assessment, talking with our community, getting input from them. Determining needs, goals, and priorities, community needs assessment that we do every 5 years. As you're more than aware, every year council does goals, goal setting and priorities. We take those and develop the budget. We take into account our financial policies, and we look at our long-term financial planning. One thing I'd like to mention is sort of how challenging the last 2 years have been. Certainly in the last two-year budget cycle, we made some significant changes. This just gives you a highlight when we started making changes to our budget in 2008. We adjusted general fund budget of $4 million, our general fund and the library. We adopted a two-year budget that had 34 unfunded positions. And then we have recently, in June of 2010, which was last year, modified a general fund, library fund budget that had 75 unfunded positions. Just the highlights from this year really started at the goal setting session in February. We talked about user fees in March, which you adopted last month. We also covered the CIP budget last month, and now we're in the study session for the operating budget. Here's the citywide budget summary. This graph just shows, or pie chart, shows you that the first year of the two-year budget is $205 million citywide. I think the major focus there is that the general fund is 33%. That's where we have our most discretionary funding. That and the library represent almost 40% of appropriations citywide for 2011-12. Second year is a reduction of down to $182 million. That is mainly because of capital projects. I'll show you some slides coming up that will show you that capital projects in the first year are about $25 million higher than in the second year. This just shows you the breakout of those appropriations. Capital at $48 million, M&O, which is the largest portion of our budget, at $65 million. Again, this is citywide, with salary and benefits at $47. Second year, $182 million again. You can see capital is only $22 million in the second year. Here's the summary. Operating revenues in the first year at $164 million. We are using reserves of $35 million, but as you can tell, and as compliance with council policy, those reserves are used for capital projects. Second year, $164 in operating revenues, $140 or $141 million in operating expenditures or uses. Again, use of reserves, $11 million to support capital projects of $22 million. Let me spend a few minutes on the general fund, library fund. I want to take us back to February. When we met with the council at the goal setting session, we projected a operating gap at that point in the general fund of $1.7 million. This was prior to us really starting the full process. I think this was to give you an idea of if we projected revenues out based on the information we had in February with the chart that we had as far as expenditures with certain assumptions, we had an operating gap of 1.7 in the general fund. Since that point, we have looked at three major areas, in which I'll talk a little more in depth on in a minute. Salary and benefits is 45% of the general fund revenues or expenditures. Police contract is 40%, and M&O is 12%. We really needed to look at each of these areas in order to reduce and bring a balanced budget to the City Council, which we did. Let me go back one slide. I think what the main point I want to make here is that at this point the general fund budget is structurally balanced, meaning operating revenues match operating expenditures, and that's a key point as we move forward. I'm going to show you a lot of graphs just to show you a picture. The red line is expenditures, blue line is revenues. Since 2000, from 2004 through 2008, revenues exceeded operating expenditures. It wasn't until 2009, which was our first year, that we had an operating loss for this decade. That operating loss was about $800,000. In the second year, 2010, we had an operating loss of $600,000. Now, this is after we made several million-dollar adjustments to our expenditure budget. Just to show you, the high point during 2009, 2008 was $75 million in revenue. That dropped to 2010 at 64. So $11 million change in revenues for the general fund. We had to adapt to that, which meant significant reductions in expenditures. As far as projections, as we discussed in February, this fiscal year we're projecting an operating loss very similar to what we've had for the last 2 years, between $600,000 and $800,000. What we're showing in 12 and 13 is operating revenues and expenditures matching, and that's the balanced budget. Just briefly on revenues, we're showing you a few of the major revenues and our assumptions related to those revenues. Sales tax, which is our -- revenue source for the general fund, which is at 38%. We're anticipating 1% growth for next year, and we're anticipating 3% the second year. Property tax and VLF, which is pegged to assess valuation, 1.25 and 2% in the second year. And I think I list the other ones just to give you an idea what our assumptions are when we're projecting revenues. Overall, for the first year, our increase in revenues, and I'll show you a slide, is pretty flat. In the second year, we're actually anticipating a 2.1% increase to revenues from the first year of the budget. Here it is, projected for 10-11. Currently, we're at 64.3. That's in this current fiscal year. In 11-12, we're projecting 64.5, slight increase of $200,000. It's in the second year, 12-13, that we're anticipating the increase over 2%, up to 65.9. That's total revenues for the general fund. Here's the top 10. As you know, Sales tax, by far, is the top revenue source for the general fund, $24.5 million and $25.2. The top 10 revenues that we identified. Let's go back one. Those top 10 represent 98% of general fund revenues. Here it is just in graphic form. Sales tax 38%, again 64.5 million total general fund revenues in the first year, 65.9 in the second year. To give you an idea of how sales tax has fluctuated over the years, 2010 our sales tax revenues were identical to what we received in 2000. That was the low point, as you can tell, in 2010. We reached almost 29 million in 2008, right before the crash. 11 is 24, a little over 24. 2012 is 24.5, and increase in 2013. Property tax. Property tax has relatively been flat. I think I want to highlight 2007, which it was at its peak. That was because property transfer tax was high. We had a lot more sales in 2007, and thus property transfer tax was higher. This was the first year of negative growth in our assessed valuation, which was almost 1% negative growth. In the past years, we've seen increases to assessed valuation. We anticipate a 1.25% for next year and 2% in the second year. We can talk briefly about operating expenditures. Really two areas, salary and benefits. We talked about 45 and 40% for the first year, 44% for salary and benefits. Police contract costs is 39%, M&O 12, and transfers out 64.5. I showed you operating revenues a couple slides back that showed 64.5 in operating revenues. Again, structurally balanced. And then the second year, 65.9. Major expenditure growth assumptions. Talking about salaries, this budget anticipates no growth in salaries over the next 2 years at this point. One of the successes we've had so far is our labor relations with our bargaining units. We have gotten concessions over the past year, including recent concessions from one of our major employee groups. We also extended a contract for 2 of our major groups with no salary increases for the next 12 months. We're in negotiations with another one at this point, which we hope will be fruitful, which will allow us to assume these growth assumptions going forward. One of the areas that we've had a slight increase in salary and benefits, and the only area that we've had increases which are incorporated in this budget and are fully funded, are the increases to our CalPERS contribution for pension costs. Currently our rate is 12%. We have it shown here at 14.8 for next year and 15.6 in the second year of the 2-year budget. Shows you the rate of growth, again, fully funded in our current operating budget. Police contract. What we have learned, or at least been told from the business office, from the police department, or the sheriff's business office, is to anticipate growth in contract rates of 5% for the next 2 years. I'll talk about how we have are projecting a 3% increase in the Thousand Oaks PD budget, but the contract rates will grow 5%, and we'll talk about how we've contained costs within the police budget. So anticipation as far as contract rates for police are 5% in each of the next 2 years as part of this budget. And then maintenance and operations, I'll show you a graph just to show you how that cost has been flat. There's a lot of different categories in M&O, and increases have varied based on the type of cost in M&O. Here's general fund expenditures, all in your major categories. I think I'd note salaries and fringe benefits. Total has been $1 million less in 11-12 than we're projecting for 10-11, and that's based on the reduction in staff, mostly that occurred last December. So total salaries and benefits have decreased, are projected to be down $1 million for 11-12 as compared to 10-11. And I think if you add the 20,000 or the 20.3 million plus the 9.1 million, compare that to your 19.3 and your 9.1, that's the $1 million. Police contract. We're going to show you some reductions or some changes to the police contract. Police contract and the Thousand Oaks Police Department budget has increased, and that increase is $600,000 for next year, 1.3 in the second year compared to the first year. And that's going from 24.9 up to 25.5 and then 26.8, based on assuming growth of 5% in the contract rates with adjustments to the contract service levels in year one. And the maintenance and operations is flat. It is a reduction from 10-11, certainly higher than 9-10. The reason why 9-10 is 5.9 is there was significant deferral of maintenance and reductions to M&O budgets to help us weather the storm. When we had $11 million change in revenue, we could not reduce salary and benefit and other costs as fast as we can defer maintenance and reduce M&O budgets. And so $6 million or 5.9 in year 9-10 was okay for 1 year, but certainly was not sustainable going forward. We've reduced salary and benefits, and so M&O needs to be somewhat reinstated to address the deferred maintenance issues. Law enforcement. We identified, we talked a little bit in depth on the staff report on the three changes to the contract changes. And now we do have our sheriff here who will be available for questions for the council. Fantastic police chief who will also be here to talk about any changes that you guys might have or questions you might have regarding the changes. Reverse contracting is one of the changes. The savings is approximately $300,000. The elimination of one crime prevention senior deputy, which is a little over $200,000, and then 2 cadets in the traffic bureau, which is about $100,000. And Dr. Gillette.
Do you want to wait for questions until after the presentation, or how do you want to deal with that?
If you would prefer to ask a question right now, please feel free.
Well, there's this issue of reverse contracting. I think at least, and the sheriff is with us this evening, and we have our own command officer. At least, just a concept explanation of what we're talking about. We don't have to go into a lot of detail, but I think it's since it's such it's a unique item and it's new to the discussion. I don't want to distract us from the overall discussion, but I think at least if we could get on the boards with here's what we're talking about in global terms, and then we can narrow it down from that. If that's
even if you have any other questions, I think it's a very long presentation. So if we have questions during it, we don't need to wait till the end. So
okay. Well, this one is of major significance, and also, John, I hate to ask you this, but if you could get closer to the microphone.
Closer. Got it.
I'm really straining here. Okay.
Got it. Sorry, sir.
Good evening, Sheriff Dean.
Councilmember Gillette, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Mr. Mitnick, Jeff Dean, Ventura County Sheriff. Appreciate the opportunity to come down and address this issue. I'd be remiss if I didn't just take, and I apologize to the staff for the late hour, and I won't talk long, but the Thousand Oaks being one of the safest cities in the country is not an accident. Since this city incorporated and the Sheriff's Department has had the privilege, and it is a privilege to serve as your police department, city councils have always made keeping its citizens safe and feeling safe its #1 priority. And this council is no different. Within the past few years, you added a position to investigate sexual predators. You put school resource officers in the campuses to make those a safer environment. But we're all facing very, very difficult challenges, and revenues are tight. They're tight on the county side. I'm cutting $2.5 million out of my budget, and things are tough here. Revenue's less. So what do we do? to be good stewards of the taxpayer money and not have a negative impact on our number one priority, at least in my mind, and I know in this council's mind, is public safety. And Commander Mattson and his staff met with Mr. Mitnick and talked about options, and one of them that they came up with was a senior deputy, cutting the crime prevention officer. And it's a wise decision when we have to make reductions. One of the roles that crime prevention officer played was to deal with planning issues and review of plans. And as we know, you've had cuts in your city planning department because the development just isn't taking place like it used to. So the loss of that position probably isn't going to have much of a negative impact on the safety in the community. You still have a crime prevention sergeant and another senior deputy, and they'll just step up and they'll fill in the gap. Councilmember Gillette mentioned the reverse contracting, and it's a new concept. And we thought about it, and Mr. Mitnick was kind enough to approach it with an open mind, and we met and discussed. And in essence, what it is, as you all know, there's unincorporated islands, Lynn Ranch, specifically Casa Kanejo and Lake Sherwood, that are contiguous to the city of Thousand Oaks. And I provide a deputy sheriff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to patrol those areas. And we did an analysis and looked and found that the city beat cars could very easily cover those unincorporated areas with a very minimal impact to response times, both for the unincorporated citizens and just as important for the citizens of Thousand Oaks. And this concept of economy of scale, of sharing resources and good government, it really came to fruition here because in the concept I would cut 4 deputy sheriffs out of my county area patrol, and in essence we would pay the city $325,000 for those beat cars to cover the unincorporated areas. They have very low calls for service, 1 to 2 calls a day or every other day. And so what I proposed to Mr. Mitnick was that we do a 1-year pilot. We took a snapshot of response times, both of all the city beats and of the unincorporated county beats. We took a snapshot of calls for service, how many citations they write, what the enforcement action was, and we proposed that as a cost-saving issue for not only the city, but for the county side, with a very, very low impact on delivery of service and keep our citizens safe. So I appreciate the openness of Mr. Mitnick, and I hope the council will give it due consideration. I think it's an opportunity for us to be good stewards of taxpayer money, save the taxpayers' money while not reducing their safety level in their communities. Be happy to answer any questions.
Additional questions?
My assumption is, Sheriff, that there's between your own planning people and the city, there's a working group to work out the details on this.
Yeah, the devil is in the details. We've got to reconfigure our geobase for calls for service. I'm actually keeping 1 roving county car to assist with backup. So we are working through all the small details to make sure it's really. I imagine the citizens won't even know what happened.
Well, that's the one thing, non-interruption in any expectation or an actual delivery of service, but also the City of Thousand Oaks cars are general policing vehicles which serve both traffic, criminal, and the whole array of full-service policing, while the county beat cars are primarily focused on criminal offenses, with the CHP taking the I don't mean to be preaching to the choir here. Those are the kinds of details that have to be worked out. We have other programs that we operate within the city, and all of that has to be looked at and figured out. How does it interface in this integration of services? So I was just glad to hear that you guys were all looking at it, working on it to try and work out those details.
And there was no doubt in my mind you were going to ask about all the details when we were done. So the city cars won't be dealing with any traffic issues at all. It'll still remain the jurisdiction of the Highway Patrol.
I had one other question. You guys are taking a pretty big cut, and the one part you didn't mention is the 2 cadets. So you're claiming that with these cuts, you're not going to be affecting frontline services here in Thousand Oaks?
Well, the 2 cadets, according to Commander Mattson, have been vacant for a long period of time. So I really don't think that's going to have much of an impact. Again, absent discussing it in open session, which is the right thing to do. Again, even though I'd rather face an armed robber than try to get a bike lane designed, but it's important that we have this open discussion. But absent us having this discussion, I don't think there'd be a citizen in Thousand Oaks that he would even know what the reductions you're making. I think it's an excellent savings for the taxpayer without jeopardizing any public safety.
There's one other question that comes to mind. We have a large unincorporated contiguous area in Oak Park. There would be no impact. That relationship wouldn't be affected at all. And this is one beat car, and that's a separate beat car. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's Edward 2 is all the other beat, and
okay.
that car will remain.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitmitnick had a comment. Didn't have a comment? No.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, I'd like to just add something to follow up on what the sheriff was saying, that what you are seeing here is you often tell us to be innovative and creative and to think outside the box. I don't think we can provide a better example of two agencies sitting down and doing that. We had a lot of concerns at the beginning, and the sheriff was kind enough to come out, and we sat down and talked our way through them, and we're very appreciative we get through the one-year trial period. But this really is a reflection of how the county and city staff really do work well together, or at least try to, and we are cutting. This is sort of a cutting-edge thing, and we're going to approach it very carefully and cooperatively, and I just wanted to point that out.
I would like to add, if it comes to the end of the year and you decide you don't like it, you just say, we don't want to do this anymore, and we're done.
Ms. De La Pena?
Thank you. Since this is a pilot program, good evening, Sheriff. Since this is a pilot program, how will we be informed about how it is going? Is there going to be data that will be presented to us by Chief Mattson, or how would that happen?
Yeah, it'll probably be Chief Mattson, and we can give you updates, and we'll certainly keep Mr. Mitnick up to date. But again, we're going to take an initial snapshot, so we'll be comparing apples to apples on response times, and we'll keep you updated on a regular basis. However, Mr. Mitnick and the Chief.
And this is a one-year pilot project, or did you say just at the end of this year?
No, it's a 1 year. We're heading for starting the fiscal year July 1st.
Okay, from this July to next July. Okay,
1st, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitnick has an additional comment.
Yeah, for Madam Mayor Pro Tem Council, for clarification, we put the funding in, or the savings, if you will, of this for 2 years. Correct. But as mentioned, the devil will be in the details. So as we end the first year of this, then we'll come back. We'll do a presentation. We'll put on the agenda. Sort of like a mid-year near the end of the first year, we'll come back. We'll have to work out the details. We'll do an update memo. We'll probably do quarterly reports if we're able, so you get a sense as to how it's going. But then the police chief will give you an update. But the funding is in here for 2 years, and we still have to work out the details about how that works. But
Bill De La Pena?
One more question I forgot to ask. Is the East County Jail, that is not going to be impacted in any way?
No,
as it
I
has
wouldn't.
been in the
There's
past?
no way I'd close
Okay.
that. That's too big an impact to
All right.
public safety out here.
Thank you.
Mr. Gillette?
Do you have has this been done anywhere else in the, well, let me ask you this. Of the 58 counties, how many counties in California now use contract law enforcement? From the sheriff to a municipality?
Probably 55 of them.
Most of them then.
Yeah.
Has something like this been done anywhere else yet, or is this kind of cutting edge now?
I haven't been able to find anybody, and I know Mr. Mitnick, doing his due diligence, searched around and wasn't able to find anybody either.
That's interesting. That's good to know. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff, for joining us this evening.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate your consideration.
Okay, I will. Just a quick comment about the savings. It is incorporated in the 2 years. The as far as the analysis after the first year on the impacts. Also, we will do analysis on revenues. Revenues have been dynamic over the last couple of years. We never know if revenues will actually be greater than our original projections, and so there's always that opportunity as well as if revenues grow more than our anticipation that there could be some changes in service levels. All right. next graph, I think really we just wanted to show you how the budget of or police costs have changed over the past 10 years, and the growth. Overall, we have seen increases in our police contract costs or our police budget of just a little over 6%. We've been very fortunate recently that contract rates have been under 5%. There were certainly jumps both on rates in the early years, plus added services. In 2005, I believe we added 2 positions, and thus the jump. Police contract, just to show you this graph, I've showed it before. Sales tax, which is our number one revenue source versus one of our number one expenses. Sales tax in 2004 was almost $10 million higher than our police contract costs. That number, as you can see, police costs have increased. Sales tax has taken a dive, or a dip, I should say. Going to staffing, we talked a little about police. I'm going to cover staffing levels. As council is fully aware, over the last 3 years, we have reduced staff. We have reduced 75 positions in both the general fund and the library fund. Those show you in each of the last 3 fiscal years how reductions of positions, unfunding of positions has occurred. The one that's in this proposed budget, 1112, which I will talk about, is related to the library, reduction of 1 position at the library. Here's just a 10-year staffing by department, or 10 years, 5 years, I'm sorry, 5 years. That's a mistake on my part. In 2007-8, which was prior to the adjustments to staffing levels, we were at 596 positions. That includes police sworn positions. We are currently proposing for 1112 518 positions, a change of 78. 75 are city positions, 3 are police positions, and that includes the crime prevention for this year. General fund library, just funded positions versus labor cost. What we're showing you is the decline in positions, where we're also showing you a slight decline in costs related to positions. The red line is positions, where we were up in the general fund library fund about 360, where we're down now under 290 for both funds. Cost from 35, a little over 35, to about 34. Funded positions to revenues. As revenues have declined, we've had to make adjustments in funded positions. Shows you where actual revenues were in 2008, a high point for both the general fund and the library fund. As that has reduced, we've reduced staffing accordingly. Just talking about, I mentioned the only cost increase that we're projecting in the budget for 1112 and 1213 is pension costs. I know this graph is very busy. The blue line is the performance of PERS, while the red line is our employer rate. It's all over the place. I think what's really key is to focus on 2008, where we had a significant decline, 25% loss in the market for CalPERS. That is why the red line projected is going to be increasing over the next few years. The good news is last year they had a 13% return. They're already on track to exceed their actuarial assumptions for 2011, which we would anticipate. That's the reason why in the second year of the 2-year budget we're only anticipating an increase to payroll of 0.8%. One of the key points I made earlier was about the deferred maintenance and the reductions that were done in 09-10, and why maintenance and operations were 5.9 compared to 7.5 projected in 11-12. One of the nice things I can report is based on the reductions in our funding for positions and other changes to adapt to the new normal, we are restoring some of the short-term gap strategies back into the budget. And one of the first ones is just the sports endowment grant. If you remember, there are 3 endowments that we have. The sports endowment grant was postponed. That was a recommendation by staff that was concurred with by the Finance Audit Committee. Another one was not fully funding our general fund liability funding for our internal service fund. Fixed asset replacement, which is how we fund replacement of major fixed assets, was reduced. We're increasing O&O to address the deferred maintenance. And then the last one is the open space fund transfer. Up until 2009, we transferred approximately $100,000 every year to that fund. That was postponed the last 2 years based on providing you a balanced budget with the hope that we will have an operating surplus in the next 2 years. We will be able to make that $100,000 transfer in the budget for the next 2 years. And just sort of our graph of just to say that, in response, I think we did a good job in responding to it. I think we had some short-term strategies to get us by for the first 2 years. I think long-term, as far as funding and positions, we've addressed long-term as far as how the budget is structured going forward, reduce staffing, doing less with more, or doing more with less. Next slide. All right, so here's the summary, and this really shows you how we balanced, or the balancing of the budget in the first year and the second year. As I discussed, last year we had an operating loss of $600,000. That's the 0.6. We're projecting at the top 1.2. I would say, based on revenue projections for sales tax, it's probably going to be closer between 6 and 800 as far as operating loss this year. For 11-12 and 12-13. We're showing you a balanced budget once you take out capital and one-time expenditures. That covers the general fund. I'm open for questions. If not, I'll move on to library fund. Only have a few slides for the library. Overall, I think you see that revenues, specifically transfers in, and the support that the general fund has given to the library has been decreased. Their overall budget, and I'm going to show you some staffing numbers, they've had a large reduction in staffing. I think I showed you the staffing before. They had a change of 20 positions from 69 down to 49, and that's a large percentage. It's almost a third of their staffing has reduced. Their revenues for 11-12, $8.2 million and 7.7. That change in revenues is based on the transfer in from the general fund, and that additional money in the first year is for capital projects. Let's go back. One of the items I want to point out is the county agreement. As you know, the county decided to stop providing the property taxes that are collected in the unincorporated area. Stop providing that to the city in order to support services at our library for services rendered to those residents in the unincorporated area. And so if you noticed in the 910, it shows per the county agreement $1.2 million. That was $300,000 for that year, plus the $1 million of the underpayment that they made up. This year, we did receive $332,000 is the number. But in 11-12 and 12-13, that money is not anticipated to be received since they canceled the agreement. We are not budgeting that money as the agreement has been terminated. With that, the library did make suggestions, recommendations to make up for that reduction in revenue. If you recall, in February of 2011, the proposed budget or projections that we provided the council study session included anticipation of that $330,000. This budget does not have it, and so the library did make recommendations to close that $300,000 gap, which I'll talk about in a minute. Next slide. This slide shows their total expenditures. I think what's really key is to look at both salary and wages and fringe benefits. Overall, salary and benefits for the library since 2009-10 are projected to be $1 million less. And that's the impact of eliminating or unfunding 20 positions at the library. M&O is projected to be higher, or is budgeted or proposed to be higher in 11-12. That's because in 9-10 they had significant reductions in M&O. In 9-10, their materials expenditures were just over $600,000. That's the lowest point that they spent on materials for over 10 years. They were spending between $800,000 and $900,000 a year for materials. And in order to close the gap of reduced revenues, they had significant impacts to M&O, and that was one of the major areas was materials. We all know that spending $600,000 on materials one time is okay, long term is not sustainable and doesn't provide a benefit to the library. So that was sort of reinstated, but again, the way they reduced their budget was staffing, 20 positions for 11-12. And then capital, we're projecting about $600,000 in the first years. That's what's being proposed. Just to talk about capital, and certainly the library director is available for any questions as we go through the next slide. An example of doing more with less is installing self-check machines and doing that type of efficiency items to try to improve service or at least maintain service levels going forward. So I briefly mentioned the county, the city not receiving property tax for the unincorporated areas. The recommendation, the library director provided several recommendations, various options for city manager, city management staff to review. At this point, based on the information, based on the fact that we think that having $197,000 will be reasonable instead of the full $330,000. We're increasing fees and fines. As you know, user fees were approved, increased fines 25%. That impact should be $35,000. There was money that was reinstated as part of the state budget that was proposed in the governor's January budget of not being there, and now that money's back in, and that estimate's $45,000. I talked about the position. The library is the only department in 11-12 that will have an additional unfunded position, and that's one library assistant, which is currently vacant. So it's not a layoff, it's just an elimination of a vacant position. And then the fourth item is about $40,000 in M&O reductions, various reductions. Some of the things that they recommended which are not proposed in this budget. One is the elimination of the PathPoint work teams. There's various crews that work out there to assist the library. That program is not being eliminated or recommended for elimination. Reducing the materials budget. I told you that they were at spent only $600,000 2 years ago. Their proposed budget for the next 2 years is $800,000 per year. They were recommending approximately a 10% reduction, $76,000. Not being recommended at this point. The other one is establishing a non-resident fee. Library director can talk about that. That currently is not being recommended either. And then the other one, another recommendation was to close the library on Sundays, which again is not being recommended. This slide just shows you their expenditures versus transfers. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. John, what is our current per capita expenditure for library services? About $75 per person in the city? In round numbers? I know it used to be about that.
Can I answer?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, we can dig that up. It's approximately $75 per capita.
Okay.
That's about right.
On the non-recommended items, what would a non-resident fee? If I remember correctly, we were spending about $75 per capita to support our libraries, and the county contribution that made up that $332, the county was spending about $25. It's 22, 23. That's fairly close. Oh, hi. Is that correct?
The county per capita support is about $25 per capita. I think ours is now a little less than it used to be. It's probably in the 60s.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess it was okay with those 2 numbers in mind. what would a non-resident fee look like given the population that we're targeting? And I assume it would be the three major unincorporated pockets, Lynn Ranch, Casa Kanejo, and Sherwood, because Oak Park has its own library.
Right, there's also Rolling Oaks, I believe, and there's a fifth one that I'm drawing a blank on, but there are five areas.
Five total.
But you mentioned the three main ones, yes.
Okay, so what would a non-resident fee do? Have you run any numbers in your research? If there was to be a non-resident fee implemented, what would it be approximately?
Well, we were looking at a variety of ranges for that. If we did it on previous assumptions, it would be close to the per capita fee, which would be about $60 per capita. Generally, I've established non-resident fees in two communities, and generally when you go from paying no fee to paying a fee, it's generally there's about a 6% of the people who were borrowers are the ones who would actually pay the fees. So it's a very small percentage of people. Now this is a little different because of Lynn Ranch being an island right in the middle of the city, so we really don't know how many of those people would pay. But if you based it on 6%, I think the total population of those unincorporated areas is, if I remember right, it's around 8,000. So if you multiply 8,000 by $60 and then take 6% of that, that is what you could probably estimate based on a $60 fee. But it's there are other things to consider. When you start charging a non-resident fee, you would then give up money from the state, and it would be about $45,000 based on what we know now, based on what the state's putting together. So while you would gain that amount of money, you would lose $45,000. And right now, too, another impact of the fee, we are, on June 15th, we're going to roll out our new self-check system. And a lot of the advantages of that would be undermined by the non-resident fee, because people would have to go to the desks to get their new fee. We'd have to expire the old cards, and so then people would come to the desk a lot more than they would have to otherwise, and it would really undermine a lot of the advantages of the self-check system. And we've spent the last several months converting. Right now, the way the system is, we can only check out books. We cannot check out videos, DVDs, talking books. What we've done in the last several months is convert those materials to a security system that is compatible with the new self-check system. So we would have more and more people coming to the desk to get their new cards, and that kind of defeats the purpose of installing the self-check system. So it's more than just the money. Also, it's very people don't always quietly accept that they're being charged a non-resident fee if they haven't had one before, and it's very difficult for the staff. And since we've lost almost 30% of our staff, it would put a lot of pressure on them as well. So it's those reasons combined were the primary reasons that we did not recommend the non-resident fee. So it's more than just a dollars and cents thing. Well, I kind of rambled around, and I apologize for that.
No, I appreciate that, because in anything we do, when you get into fiscal management, you have to be aware of the unintended consequences. Right. And that demands the thorough analysis of everything. The irritation is when I hear that, well, no other city in Ventura County had that kind of an arrangement with the county. Well, Thousand Oaks did. We had it for 21 years.
Right, exactly.
And it worked. And the taxes, the library taxes, are still being collected.
Right.
So the people that are using the City of Thousand Oaks Library, which we're spending $60-some per resident, are getting that exceptional service from our two branches and that money is being used in Oxnard, or in Ventura, Port Hueneme, Santa
I'm well aware.
Yeah, and I just, well, you got me where I needed to be. I appreciate hearing that, because I'm sure that at some point we may revisit that.
Right, I understand that.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Glancy was next, and then Ms. Bill de la Pena.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Mr. Brogdon, at what point would our decrease in service become, in your mind, not sustainable?
Can I ask you to clarify that a little bit?
Sure. It seems to me like we're experiencing a decrease in service to some degree.
Right.
At what point do we decide no more? At what point do you recommend that we take some other action?
You mean at what point do we not decrease staff, or?
Sure.
I'd say we're there.
Okay.
I'd say we're there. We're absorbing this one position that is vacant, and that'll give us 21 positions. But if we lose any more, if we lose any more, we'd have to close another day. We're right at, when we lost 10 positions this last time, we'd gradually lost some over the previous 4 years. When we lost the 10 this last year, that really took us to the point where we had to reduce our hours. And I'd been saying for a long time, we need to close a day. We need to close a day. But staff got me in a back room and wrestled me to the ground and got me to realize that we'd be better off if we're still open 7 days a week. And if we close a few hours each day, that's where we need to be. And I'm very proud of the fact that we can still say we offer 7-day service. But if we lose any more, we're right there. I think we'd have to close another day.
Rather than closing another day, would you consider recommending closing one of the branches, the branch?
That's certainly an option. It's a political minefield. Certainly that would be your decision. I can't recommend that. I can't. It's just I've seen it in other communities where they've tried to close a branch. You would have a room full of people the night you made that decision, and it would. I just can't recommend that.
Okay, appreciate your candor. Thank you.
Ms. Bill de la Pena.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there are any other cities in Ventura County which charge a non-resident borrower's fee.
No, there are not. The only ones that I think right now there are 6 in the state. Huntington Beach does. Cerritos does. Pomona used to. I don't think they do anymore. Beverly Hills, I thought did, but they do not. And there are, I think, 3 other cities in Northern California. But we are the only one in the county who has charged a non-resident fee.
Okay, and I would agree that there are other options. I think that we can develop before we close a library. So, yeah, that would be a political minefield. I agree. Thank you.
I had one final question. So you're just right at the point that you can maintain this, or do you think you need more employees if the budget situation improves? And then
I'm looking at my boss right over here, but yes, we would love to have.
I'm just kind of curious if this, it's kind of what Dr. Glancy was saying. Is this sustainable, or are you going to have a lot of help from these self-check machines? Just ignore.
Well, we hope to go. We hope to go to 70% checkout on the self-check machines. However, that's just one desk. That does not include the reference desks. Right now we have no children's department. We reorganized, we provide the service, but when we reorganized after 2 retirements, we eliminated the children's department and we eliminated the reference department. Again, we still provide those services, but in order for us to, for example, if we were to restore the hours that we closed. I would, and we've talked about this some, I would recommend we would need another supervisor and 2 more librarians. And then we could restore those hours.
And how is it, are you getting a lot of complaints about the hours, the reduced hours?
What we find, yes, we are getting complaints. We also notice, just from observation, that people are waiting in line more than they're used to. They get impatient and they will walk out sometimes without complaining. I know that's happened several times.
All right. Mr. Mitnick, did you have something to add?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and council members, to make it crystal clear from a staff perspective, the library is at its breaking point, and there cannot be any more reductions or cuts to it without sacrificing visible service levels, such as closing the Newbury Park Branch Library on Saturdays, and just shutting down the libraries altogether on the weekends, and perhaps even shutting down the Newbury Park branch. We are at a breaking point. If you sit down and talk to the librarians, which we have done, the stress is quite evident on their faces. And if you go in there as a consumer right now, either as an adult or with your children, you can see the service impacts. You are left to do more things on your own, and in this age of independent use of technology, maybe that's not such a bad thing. Steve did mention the self-checkouts, but it is at a breaking point. We cannot tolerate any more cuts, period. And I would like to add that the police department, with Chief Mattson here, they have acknowledged this, that the police have not had to experience any reductions or cuts over the years, and they have watched the departments be impacted, whether it's planning, building, public works, the support departments, or in this case the library. So we can't tolerate any more. That's why the situation with the county is especially troubling and hard for us, because $332,000 in dedicated property tax revenues that went to the library by the local taxpayers has been siphoned out to subsidize county libraries at a considerable distance away. So that's been troubling. So the question is then, do you put back a non-resident fee as an option? And we looked at that. And to determine if that's beneficial or not, you have to ask the question, how elastic are non-resident fees? That is, how high can they go? How much revenue do you generate? I think the numbers Steve gave to you were actually quite on the low side. We think the revenues would be higher, but you have to balance. The state now says we're going to get $45,000. That'll probably go down towards zero over time. But it's a balancing act, and how elastic are they, and then how much grief do we want to go through in putting those fees in place? Because, again, we're trying to make up for money that local property taxpayers are paying, and it's being siphoned out. Ideally, we just keep their money in the community. So it's an economic analysis and it's a political analysis, and we're recommending to hold off until we have more time and some more data. So that's sort of where we're at, and it's been a very tough and difficult process. I would like to also add final comment about the negotiations we had with the county. We did have a very good proposal on the table in which the city would take over the Oak Park branch library from the county and free the county of that obligation, and it would have been a win-win for the county and the city, because the city then would provide library service to the Kanejo Valley, Oak Park, Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, from all the revenues collected locally, and it was a win-win, with service levels at Oak Park actually probably going up, and then the county would benefit financially, but for political reasons that was deemed not acceptable. So we had an opportunity to practice good government and think outside the box, like the way we did with police on the reverse contract. But that suggestion did not prevail. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gillette.
Thank you, Mrs. Irwin. I'd like to ask for consensus from the council to continue this evening's meeting past 11 o'clock so we conclude this agenda.
Yes.
Our rules require this.
Thank you. I appreciate you keeping track. Do you have any?
No, that's it. If we have consensus, we keep going.
Okay. Dr. Glancy.
Thank you again. I'm not quite sure of whom to ask, but my question is, what are the chances of getting the money that the tax money that we're no longer getting, that the county is using to sustain their other efforts?
You want me to?
Sure.
I would say we have to.
I know that other cities have withdrawn from the county, and I was wondering if anyone has had any success in reclaiming the tax money, and what kind of efforts have been made.
Those areas would have to be incorporated in the city of Thousand Oaks. If those areas were incorporated, that revenue for library services would come to the city. That's just another example of a benefit of unincorporated areas incorporating into the city.
Thank you. That's very succinct. Appreciate it.
Okay. Mr. Adams?
Let me just on my final slide, and I think this just sort of makes the point. This shows you library expenditures versus transfers in, and if you look at 2012 and 2013, 1.5 million in operating transfers in from the general fund to the library is the lowest levels over this past decade. Just to note, the library has always had support from the general fund, but this percentage is probably the lowest, at least for the last 10 years. But 1.5 million, which is a substantial reduction from past years. Let me just make one last comment on the library. And we have two members of the City Council Finance Audit Committee. The staff did meet with that committee April 27th, and this was a topic of discussion. We spent a lot of time talking about the library and the funding, and specifically the non-resident fee. And when I talk about recommendations that staff made as part of this presentation, this was with the concurrence from the City Council Finance Audit Committee. And so a lot of the recommendations, even though they're staff initiated, the committee did provide consensus on these recommendations, including the library recommendations. Talked, I wouldn't say briefly, but talked in general about the general fund and the library. The other area that I'm going to spend a few more minutes on is the theater fund. I think that when I look at the overall city budget, there's a lot of there are challenges, and there are challenges in every fund has their own challenges. We talked about the general fund and library because we've seen those challenges over the last few years. We are now seeing, and we have seen over the last year and a half, challenges in the theater fund. And going forward, we are continuing those challenges. The theater fund is unique compared to any other fund we have except for the golf course. And what I mean by unique is we actually have to compete in the marketplace. Unlike water or any of our other enterprises, not to say we have a monopoly on it, but people have choices when they choose entertainment. And the theater fund has had its challenges. And so I'm going to spend a few minutes, show you a few slides, talk about sort of what staff is proposing and the use of reserves as we move forward over the next 2 years. This graph just shows you revenues and expenditures, expenses from 2002 going forward. As you can tell, it's been pretty close to balance. I mean, there have been some years in which revenues have exceeded. There have been some years in which expenditures have been higher. But I think if you look after the black line, which is what we propose, there are some major gaps between expenditures and revenues. What the green line shows you, and that's not a great representation as far as green, but how reserves in the theater are projected. Reserves have fluctuated between 1 and 1.5 million. In 2008, when you guys made a policy about full cost recovery and making sure that the theater fund was self-supportive and not receiving a general fund subsidy, revenues did exceed expenditures, and that was unique for 2008 and right before the change in the economy. At that point, expenditures stayed pretty consistent, or expenses, but revenues have declined based on performances and attendance. And I'll show you a graph in a second. But I think what we're showing you in this graph is that based on the proposed budget for the theaters fund, we will, based on the needs from an expense side and a revenue side, we will be using all the fund balance or reserves for the theater fund. You do see it go into negative. Staff's recommendation, or will be the recommendation when we come to adopt the operating budget, is for the general fund to provide support, specifically one-time support for the theater fund for capital and maintenance. So going back to the next slide, this just shows you, and again, very busy, but I think what we want to point out is over the past decade, prior to the downturn, attendance has ranged between 300 and 320,000, and attendance is the red. You can see 300 and 320 between 2001 and 2009. Performances on the right-hand side have been ranging between 450 and 500, and during the same period of time. In 2009, you see both of those decline. Performances went down to just under 350, where attendance went down just above 200,000. So all of a sudden you're going from 450 performances down to just over 300. You're going from attendance of 300, 320 down to 200. No question why revenues declined. Again, just a factor of the economy. So staff looking at this, I think that what we're proposing are some significant increases in expenses related to marketing, advertising, and promoting the theater, changing and trying to really focus on that. And so there's some one-time expenditures in the first year, and based on that, we have goals to increase attendance and performances 10% every year. So we're talking about being at a low point in 2010-11 and having increases to get us back to where we were 3 years ago, which is reasonable when you think that their numbers from 2002 to 2009 were pretty consistent both in performances and attendance. Next slide. Just again, what we're projecting for operating revenue and performances, certainly as performances which are in the red line have declined, revenues have declined as well. Theaters Fund revenues projected for 11-12, 3.7. I think going back to both these slides, the green part is labor sales. I think what people don't understand is that the theater is a rental house. 50%, I should say 35% of revenues is from labor sales, and that is charging back the staffing that support the theaters to the groups that rent the theaters. And again, 4.1, some growth in revenue in 12-13. Expenses, salary and benefits represent almost 40% of the cost. M&O is 48%. And then 4.2 in the second year for expenses. The challenges, we talked, just showed you some graphs on declining performances, declining attendance. I think we're all aware. Current fees, currently the fees have not been changed for several years. Originally were adopted on full cost recovery, and I think we need to consider how that competes in the market as far as what market rates are. Another challenge is deferred maintenance, and that's where we're making the recommendation that general fund reserves support theater maintenance projects, specifically large maintenance projects for the theater. For 2011, 12, and 12, 13, that cost for the general fund would be about $600,000. And then just declining reserves. We showed you how reserves will be utilized over the next 2 years in order to not go into a negative. The general fund will have to provide support for capital. And then opportunities. I think for staff and for the council, we need to have a plan to try to help the theater come out of this decline. Looking at a 5-year plan of how we increase attendance and performances is just good management of the theater. Just quickly, golf course, a little over $5 million. They've been able to build up some reserves. Those reserves will be used for capital projects, 2 major capital projects over the next 5 years. Transportation fund, funded mostly from gas tax, for a little over $4 million. Salary and benefits is a very small component. Really, the major of the component is the contract with MV Transportation. I think the challenge on the transportation fund is currently it's receiving a subsidy from the air quality, the AQMD fund. You will see on the next council meeting proposals to increase fares. Currently, we're not meeting the requirements of a 10% and 20% on fare box. The increases to fare will get us closer, reducing the subsidy to the transportation fund. Transportation for a dollar ride needs to at least provide 10% in fare box. We're currently about 5%, and as far as the fixed route, it needs to be 20%, and we're about half of that as well. So that will be important. Solid waste, just generally where revenues come from, expenses. There is some one-time use of solid waste fund balance for programs in the next 2 years. Part of the MSC expansion is funded from the solid waste fund. Water Operations Capital Fund, I think what's really important is the Water Rate Committee still doing their work. Staff is in final preparation of the financial plan for the Water Fund, which will be proposed to City Council in July, maybe as late as September. Wastewater, healthy fund balance or reserves, revenues and expenditures operating a little over $13 million, significant capital plan over the next 2 years. Want to talk a little about efficiency-minded, and I happen to have the superintendent of Hill Canyon here to cover the next few slides. So I will introduce Mr. Rogers to the City Council.
Well, thank you, Madam Pro Tem and council members. It's an honor to be here tonight to talk about our Hill Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plan, Energy Plan, and thank you for the invitation. There are no pie charts, but there are a couple little happy faces on there. So we have 5 words that capture our energy management plan, and Mark Watkins and I sure have enjoyed talking about around the country. And those are conservation, optimization, and finally renewable energy generation. Our goal is to reduce 5% of our annual electrical usage. In 2009, we're at 6.8%. 2010, we're at 5.1%, and we're at 2% so far, but we're trying really hard to get there. And just one thing that's not on the chart here, in 2008, we spent $844,000 for purchasing electricity. In 2010, we spent $741,000. So this is just one example of how things are working well here. We have 3 projects this year that are going to reduce our electrical usage, so we're constantly working at it. Since the infamous cogeneration and solar projects have gone on, we've produced about 16,696,390 plus probably a couple since I've been here at the meeting today. So that's a significant accomplishment. And the estimated savings since then to the city, $720,000, but that's a very conservative estimate, and I'll tell you why. As you recall, we started taking in fog waste there 2.5 years ago, and that's provided us revenue over $200,000 already. So, and we got a nice little break from Southern California Edison there, so I think you'd easily put that figure closer to $1 million. As you may recall, we got $2 million worth of grants, SGIP, the Self-Generation Incentive Plan grants for those 2 projects. And what's nice about this is returning money really to the community, because everybody that pays an electrical bill is paying for that particular program. Our most recent energy project here, and I'll just get into the finances of it real quick, we added a fog tank, basically the ability to process that through the treatment plant. That's the fats, oil, and grease, the restaurant grease that we've talked about. We bought a new ultra low emission flare to go along with that. Our flare was getting a little older, and now we have a modern one that's able to meet the capacity of what we're doing. And we also had upsized the piping in, so you can see the picture in the upper right corner there. We had an old school digester with old school piping on it. We just simply had to make it bigger for it to work. The total cost of that to the city to start off with is $2 million. We got a $400,000 worth of our area funding that John and I split for various projects around the city. So our cost to the city is about $1.6 billion when we're already done. So how do we take this and the payback estimated, I said, was 4 to 5 years. Essentially, you're taking money from a capital project, and you start getting the citizens start receiving the savings as soon as we turn the engine on. And we're looking to reduce electrical costs from this aspect of the project of about $200,000 a year. We're looking at revenue from the fog for at least another $200,000 a year. We continue to take Frappo in the plant. I don't know what my original estimate was, but it's about $60,000 a year that we're getting from that. That's the Starbucks product. And so, we're doing good. We've reduced our electrical costs. We're getting that revenue in. 4 to 5 years, I think, again, a very conservative estimate. And I'm taking that into account, treating it as if Edison costs are going to stay the same. And trust me, they're not going to stay the same. We made a decision here in our state to go to 33% renewable. That's going to drive up the cost of electricity significantly. Our costs at Hill Canyon are fixed very nicely at 6.8 cents for our cogen, 16.8 cents for our solar. What I want to tell you is what you've done here for the city is you've given a real gift to the future. In 20 years from now, they're still going to be able to use these benefits. And what's nice about these things, these are not intensely mechanical processes. This is a tank and a couple pubs where people and trucks pull up to that with locally generated restaurant grease. The pipes are going to be there for many years, and so is the flare. So what you've given is the opportunity for future generations here at the Hill Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant to just do all kinds of things. They won't have to come back and do the things because eventually they would have gotten here anyway. The next one, you know what? I didn't even have that slide. That's the direct access, and that's been, we're a couple months into it. Everything's going well. I still, if you may recall, one of the things that we were talked about, we were kind of unsure about the savings from that because of SCE was going to hit us with an additional fee. Nothing's happened on that yet. I can't tell whether we're going to make $100,000 off the renewable energy that we're enjoying today at these 16 buildings here, 16 biggest accounts, or whether that savings is going to be zero. But in the meantime, there's no question you're leading a visionary city here. The things that I think that we sometimes take for granted here are just viewed with shock and awe when we go tell other people about what's going on with them. And we get to my last slide, and now and soon is what I call this one. I've talked about this. I wish we had been at 100% renewable now. We ran into a little roadblock with SCE and got into a vigorous debate with them that we hope are going to conclude fairly soon. But we're ready to turn on the engine now. We have the gas available. We're ready to rock and roll on that one. Fog, the food waste, and the Frappo. We have other waste coming in, and I'll dare say here we are at 11 o'clock. I'm going to ask you a question. Last week we brought waste in from a different continent. Would anybody like to take a guess what continent that was? It's the one that's furthest away from us, I believe. That would be Antarctica. And so basically the Navy has stations down there. They manage their waste. They bring them back. And the same company that brings us the Frappo, and we test this material. This is all good. This is nothing that's going to harm our wastewater treatment plant. And so they bring the waste back from these scientific stations there, and they bring it back to the first port they come into, which is ours, and they bring it to Hill Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, another source of revenue for us. The food waste thing is going to be very intriguing. I saw Simi Valley cut a great deal with Waste Management in the paper about, things that they're going to do for their wastewater treatment plant. I'd like to get a little food waste in, locally generated food waste here from the city of Thousand Oaks to bring in that great energy source. And it's a waste taken into the landfill. It just makes no sense at all. So we're going to keep up with ongoing optimization, keep our costs low to our citizens, provide great service to them. And the last thing is the excess generation that we think we're going to be able to create there at Hill Canyon. We're going to be able to sell that through our direct access program. So the lights that are being lit here may someday be lit by energy from Hill Canyon, not from a wind farm in Iowa, which is another cool thing. Anyway, any questions? Thank you so much. Yes?
Chuck, you never cease to amaze.
Well, thanks.
I was just, it's really quite something. But I wanted to know the FOG program. That seems kind of like the easiest thing. Have you looked at expanding that, or do you have all of Thousand Oaks already? How many restaurants are participating? Where can you go with that?
Well, I think we can go a long way with that. And the first thing we had to do really is get over the regulatory hurdles with Southern California Edison and get it started up. And my plan always, and I guess it was my plan, and I need to sell it to the rest of the city, was somehow or another we need to give the breaks to the citizens, not the citizens here, but the restaurant owners in Thousand Oaks. And so as soon as we get rolling and get everything going, I've already set up a meeting with our haulers to talk about that very thing. How can we cut them a break? For example, Amgen's FOG, it's going to come to Thousand Oaks. And other ones, too. Have we cornered? Have we offered? Have we had an outreach to them? No, not yet. But we plan to get there. I hope so, anyway.
Councilmember Gillette.
Thank you, Mrs. Irwin. Chuck is very modest when he talks about, especially this FOG plan, because we were in a situation, we got caught in a real bind when the only facility in Ventura County that could accept this stuff was in the Santa Clara River Valley, and it went out of business. The main pipeline that had served as an oil pipeline for a long time was converted. The whole system broke down, and the alternative was for our local merchants to transport this stuff clear the other side of Los Angeles or some other planet. And with Chuck's advanced thinking and his team out there and what have you, they created an alternative, because that was a major cost that would be passed directly on to the consumer. And they came up with an alternative for doing it here, a big cost saving and a revenue generator. So, wish you could get a little more enthusiastic.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It is very encouraging to see that we're making progress regarding renewable energy. I was wondering, what is the holdup with SCE?
Well, SCE, and this was disappointing to us, because I think the people that we're dealing with SCE are honorable people, but sometimes regulations, and in this case what happened was, here we were ready to turn everything on, and this was a big deal because we're getting another $420,000 grant for this, and they popped up and said, oh, but for these regulations that we had never mentioned to you before. And that's the most difficult thing. You think you've got a deal, you're going forward, and at the very last moment they pop up. And quite frankly, I don't know how I could have known about them. It's one of these things that, they said, well, in order for them to better monitor what we're doing, they brought forth this plan for about $127,000 worth of monitoring. And I said, well, you know what, we're going to talk about that. And Mark's been involved, Scott's been involved, and we're meeting with Southern California Edison tomorrow at 10 o'clock. But the game plan, what was so frustrating about it was we couldn't even turn the engine on because it was ready to go, and we're ready to create electricity, and we could have worked out the issue of the metering, but that wasn't acceptable to them. And so, like I said, I think they're honorable people, but this was just something that popped up out of nowhere. It surprised us all.
Well, your openness is refreshing. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's easy. I work at a wastewater plant. It's easy to be open.
Mr. Mitnick has a comment.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members, to further compliment Chuck on his work out there. It's greatly appreciated. He was talking about the challenges turning the switch and getting off the grid. And we are going to have a meeting tomorrow with several of the Edison officials, and we're grateful to have the meeting. And I'm going to be very careful here because I don't want to jeopardize that. But one of the things we've learned over the years now is one of the biggest challenges, hurdles, or obstacles that we face, because this is a private business enterprise, even though it's a municipality running it. Well, we understand now very clearly what the private sector faces when it's trying to do the right thing with respect to the environment, to be more green, to practice conservation on a daily basis. One of the biggest hurdles we face is Southern California Edison itself, because it impacts that company's bottom line when the sale of electricity decreases. So it's good for the environment to be green, but yet the electric utility, at the end of the day, really doesn't want that because it has a negative financial impact. So we're in the middle of all this. We're trying to implement your direction, Council, to be on the cutting edge there and do the right thing for the environment, but this is a major hurdle in front of us.
Correct.
It is a major hurdle. Thank you.
Councilmember Glancy.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I just want to make a comment other than thanking Chuck for the presentation. It always kind of is invigorating when we hear about what's going on over at Hill Canyon. But it does say an awful lot, I think, about a city and the council that gets so wrapped up and excited about its wastewater treatment facility. And it's only because of the efforts that our staff puts into it and the successes that you've made. So keep it up. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. Adams, I think it's you again.
Yeah, that's very difficult to top. I have a slide that says other fun highlights. I'm not sure I can provide any highlights that will match Chuck's. With that said, I'm going to Actually, I only have 10 more slides. I should have had Chuck at the end, but anyway, stormwater. Just quickly, where revenues come from. Stormwater budget for 2011-12 and 12-13 is about $900,000. Half of that is in staffing, half of that is in maintenance and operations. Has various funding sources. I think one of the creative things, or one of the identifications for revenue for the stormwater, is downstream sales to help fund that program. The general fund does provide support for that fund based on increased costs. Capital Projects Fund, I think we've talked about this before. The city is going to more of a mature city, a maintenance city, not a growth city. We have received in the past significant funding from developers related to infrastructure and improvements. Those revenues have declined, which reduces as we spend money on out of development funds to support capital projects. There'll be more reliance on the general fund to fund infrastructure going forward, and so that's always been a challenge. We've always identified that as a challenge, and every year we will do that. Redevelopment Agency, we've talked in the past about the state's direction to eliminate redevelopment agencies. This budget is proposing a status quo budget for the redevelopment agency as far as the continuation of programs and continuing the capital plan based on the 5-year implementation plan of the redevelopment agency. So that is in the proposed budget. We are hopeful that redevelopment will not go away. I think that there's signs in Sacramento of reform, and hopefully that will never come to fruition. And if it does, litigation, of course, will follow, and that should be a long time. Anyway, challenges. Federal cuts, I think just both state and federal and county. We talked about the county reductions in the library fund. Federal cuts, we talked about that the last council meeting, CVG funding being reduced. The state, we talk about redevelopment. We actually made our payment of $1.3 million to the state from the redevelopment fund yesterday. That was in council mail. This slide just shows you how much we have spent both out of the RDA and the general fund to support education through the state. Other challenges, library funding, we talked about stormwater, the cost, the support from the general fund, and then the theaters. We did talk about the challenges within the theaters and then the future support by the general fund. And then just economic and local. Sales tax is increasing. Last year was the lowest levels in 10 years. We are seeing some increases, mostly in autos and transportation. And then we are seeing a slight increase in property tax. Investment earnings are uncertain. We're at historic lows in rates. We do anticipate rates to increase over the next 2 years. We talked about reducing staff, 75 unfunded positions both in the library and the general fund. I think the library director talked about the impacts there. Most of those reductions were effective in December. We're only 5 months into the new calendar year. We will continue to evaluate that and the impacts on service levels and report to council as appropriate. Proactive approach. I briefly mentioned the City Finance Audit Committee, City Council, and the executive team coming up with both short-term and long-term solutions, strategies for closing the gap. Even based on those three groups, our employee groups, both the BAG recommendations, I think it's been a complete team effort. We have been proactive. We try to keep core service levels where appropriate and try to balance the budget. We did have some operating losses in the general fund last year. 600, 800,000 is 1% of the total general fund budget. Certainly could have been worse if we didn't make proactive changes. Just overall costs will increase. Revenues at this point will show slow growth. We just will have to contain costs within those resources. And so tonight's recommendation from staff is 1, to provide staff direction based on this is a study session, and 2, to schedule a public hearing for June 14th. June 14th, we will provide both the operating budget and the capital budget to City Council, and hopefully I won't have 80 slides.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams. I'm sure you didn't mean with redevelopment, we're opposed to any reform. I think certainly.
We are supportive of the reform, and I think we're opposed to elimination, but based on some of the proposals on reform, both from the League and the CRA, staff is in support of that reform.
Reform, yeah. I think you might have misspoken. I didn't want that quoted in the paper tomorrow morning. We're against reform.
The reporter says no.
Okay, she didn't get that. All right. I thank you very much for that report, and I also want to thank all the staff that helped put it together and all of the staff that stayed on through this late hour. We really do appreciate it. Do we have any council comments? Ms. Bildo-Lapena?
Thank you. After hearing about the plight of the library, which has been going on for quite some time, I'm wondering if we are, as the city manager says, at a breaking point, is it then necessary to restore some of the short-term gap reductions?
It's a good question. I think that the reductions, and I'll speak from the finance side and let the library director speak. The reductions, specifically staffing, has been in full effect December. I think that as we evaluate service levels over the next couple of years and see how revenues improve and how much they improve, I think that we talked about the sheriff and the police contract costs. As revenues hopefully will increase larger than our estimates, which we believe are conservative, council can then look at how to provide additional funding for those departments or those areas that were significantly hit, like the library. As far as the short-term gap closing strategies, certainly the council could identify certain ones that they want to continue, whether that's the open space transfer or the sports endowment grant or not funding our general liability reserves, our program, or the fixed asset. But staff and the Finance Audit Committee aren't recommending those continuations because we believe what we're proposing is reasonable based on the circumstances and the resources.
Well, I am alarmed because certainly I don't want any library to close. There are other steps which can be taken before anything like that happens. And I think one of the first things that I would actually considering to scrap or to continue the reduction is regarding the where we had some of the endowment grants and other funds where that we did not continue to fund. That is something that I can certainly live without if it helps the library.
Understood. And going back to the discussion we had with the Finance Audit Committee, the reduction based on the county reduction was $332,000. When they looked at the recommendations and looked at how matching those reductions dollar for dollar, the library had a lot of recommendations that would get the $300,000. The committee didn't feel that would be appropriate, and taking those additional reductions would impact services beyond the breaking point. And so even though we had $330,000 in reductions, staff is only recommending implementation of $200,000 of that. So that's sort of the balance that both staff and the Finance Audit Committee discussed. And the non-resident fee was discussed, and reducing the materials budget. All these things were reduced, and those weren't really at the point reasonable. And so I think what we're proposing is reasonable based on the circumstances.
But your report does say that we are still facing more challenges in the years to come.
And that will always be the case. Mm-hmm. I think that as we monitor the budget, both the revenues and look at each of the different funds and their challenges and communicate to the council, we will always have challenges, and we should always anticipate that, just because every fund is unique in its own environment. And as we have these challenges, there are opportunities to do things differently. And I think sort of the discussion on wastewater is, if you ask some of the council members that were very familiar with the challenges they had back in the 90s related to wastewater, there was significant discussion and decisions made that have benefited that operation now, and it's sort of the model, and it's one of the areas which we have no or very little challenges going forward. I mean, it's in great shape, and that's because of decisions that were made back in the 90s based on the challenges that were presented to council. So council is always going to have opportunities to look at the challenges, make decisions, and to make those areas better in the future.
Okay, I still think that we can actually live without restoring the short-term gap reductions for another year or so and transfer some of that money over to the library. That is my opinion. I think that is what I would like to see. Then regarding the positions, staffing, I see that every department has taken a hit with the exception of the city manager's office, and I saw that they were transfers. And in 2005, there were 7 positions, and here it is 2011, and there are 14. Perhaps if the city manager could speak to the transfer of the...
Yeah, let me do it. I sort of, a lot of information to try to provide and try to cover as part of the study session, and questions like this really make me focus on one particular area. The uniqueness on the city manager's department, and specifically, is that there have been organizational changes over the last 5 to 8 years, and one of the changes over the last 5 years has been that they have assumed back TOT, and that's 3 positions. If you look in the hopefully someone will correct me if I'm wrong. In the staff report, we actually highlight that 3 positions in TOTV were in cultural affairs, or the theaters department was transferred back to the city manager. If we took out that, the city manager's office actually had a decrease. If you take that 3 positions out, they actually had a decrease over the 5 years. So hopefully that answers your question. They haven't...
Yeah, I did see that. I just wanted a clarification. But why then were they transferred from cultural affairs?
Well, part of the... I'll take a stab and then let the assistant city manager step in. Part of the arts report and part of the reorganization was to move that over to the city manager's office and have the theaters department focus on culture, cultural arts, community affairs, theater department.
Okay.
And so
That's fine.
TOTV is under, in theory, the leadership and management of public information, or the assistant to the city manager.
Okay, so that explains then the increase in that particular department. Is the economic development director position still part of this budget for the next couple of years, or has it been eliminated, or just frozen?
It is, funding for it is included, and that's a great question. If you look at actually a reporting level in city manager's office, there is funding provided in the 2-year budget for that position to be filled at the point that it's decided to be filled. So there is, that is not one of the unfunded positions. It is funded for this 2-year budget.
Okay, and then the other thing that I wanted to ask is, obviously we're trying to save wherever we can. Has it been considered to reduce the allocation for community events that are attended by staff and council members, for example? I know the County of Ventura now does not pay anything for its for its supervisors to attend community events. The supervisors have to pay out of their own pocket, and I'm wondering whether that is a consideration here at City Hall.
I'm going to refer to, well, no, it was not. I mean, city manager staff that tries to estimate the events and looks at past history did budget for what they believe will be the attendance by city council and other executive managers. So that was not, I mean, I think what we've seen over the last 3 years is people being a little more cautious on doing those events. So we've had a reduction in the attendance on some of those events, but that's sort of been projected over the next 2 years. So there hasn't been any elimination of that, and that's not a recommendation in this budget, is not to fund those for our public officials.
What is the budget for something like that? I'm actually wanting to go to this new West Symphony fundraiser, which is $300 a council member, but we don't pay for spouses anymore, I don't think. What is the budget for that?
We need to look at the detail, because in the budget, and I have my budget officer next to me, he's going to look it up. So if you had another question.
Yes, the other question is, other cities are looking at their cell phone use and vehicle use of employees. Have we done that to reduce costs?
Vehicle use, as you're aware, as part of the original gap closing strategies based on the employee groups and the brainstorming activities that they did, one of the recommendations early on when the budget revenues declined was limiting vehicle use, and so take-home vehicles were eliminated for everyone that was non-safety related, or how do I say it, on call. So city vehicle use has been reduced substantially from past years. Cell phones, we meet regularly, look at usage. We have policies in place as far as examining the bills and doing that stuff. There has not been any across-the-board elimination of that. A substantial amount of our costs related to cell phones are for our police department as well. So we are always very cautious on that. It is budgeted within each department and is a very small portion, very small of their overall operating budgets.
Okay, it would be helpful perhaps for the next council meeting when we finalize this to have itemized
we'll provide
presentation of how much we actually spend on vehicles or cell phone use and community events attended by staff and council members.
Okay, on vehicle use, as far as vehicle use, it's all business related, and so most of our vehicle use is for departments like Public Works, in which we have people that are in landscaping, streets. That's where the significant cost is when we talk about vehicle usage.
And other contractual services or professional services and memberships which we have, is that something that we looked at renegotiating the fee or even eliminating it?
I think in this environment, over the last 3 or 4 years, staff has taken that approach of renegotiating, just overall looking to cut everything that they could and still provide the same level of service. So this goes back 3 years.
What comes to mind is our membership with the chamber, for which we pay, what, $40,000 a year or so? Maybe it's more or less, I'm not sure.
We'll come up with that number, but it's in the yes, I wouldn't say it's close to that number, correct? And that is included.
I'm just using that as an example.
And that is included under the economic development reporting level, and that's part of the city's overall economic development efforts and our relationship with the business community.
Okay, I'm just trying to see where else we can save some money before we put other departments at the breaking point. I certainly don't want to, as I mentioned, harm any of the services or reduce the services, especially the library. And I'm sure that there are other ways where we can reduce our expenses. And then another thing is
the chamber contract is proposed to be budgeted for $46,000.
It is, so that's a full cost that we have been paying in the past.
The assistant city manager is saying that there are other costs and other categories, total saying $65,000 for the chamber.
All right. I'm just using a chamber as an example. We have other memberships and services.
We have memberships with LAFCO as an example. I mean, I don't know if I would call that a membership, but that's included in that area. And so there are other costs and memberships like LAFCO and the chamber. I think total memberships, the number I have is about 115,000 citywide, or at least in the general fund, 115,000.
Saving a little bit here and there may add up to a larger amount. It may sound petty to want to reduce with cell phones and community event fees and whatnot, but I think this is something where we really have to look into if we truly want to save more money.
And I think we would all agree, and I think we've been doing that over the past 3 to 4 years. When we weren't able to strategize as far as reducing salary and benefits, as you can tell based on my presentation, M&O was substantially reduced, and at levels that had not been done over the past decade. So I think that staff and departments have done that as best as possible.
The other question I had regarding police services, the deputies union voted to actually contribute to its pension out of their own pocket. I believe it was something like 3%. And the chief of police is coming down to perhaps correct that or confirm that.
Well, I think, in the police, there's different units in each.
Yeah.
So he could make a comment.
Hello, Chief. And I saw that the cost for the police obviously are going up, and our own pension costs are going up here for the city. And with the unions having voted to pay, with the deputies having voted to pay to contribute to their pension out of their own pocket, 3%, I believe it was.
Yes, you're correct.
Why is that cost? Why is our cost, contractual cost, still going up?
The costs that were passed on to the 5 contract cities were primarily catching up on the retirement costs and a bump in workman's compensation. That's where the 5% comes from.
And what was the percentage that they voted to? Was it 5%, did you say, or was it 3%?
The contribution to the pension fund was 3. It was started with the management of the county. They first started with the 3%, and then the Deputy Sheriff's Association also renegotiated it, and now they contribute the 3% also.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I think more and more cities and unions are going in that direction, realizing that is also one way to help to close the gap.
Understood. And let me make a comment on police. As you know, their contract rate is a fully burn rate, and their pension costs or their salaries is only one component of their total budget. And so, that 5% provided by the business office anticipates the reduction or the contribution by police as far as towards their pensions. Related to the city of Thousand Oaks, as you are aware, we're not a city that has enhanced retirement benefits for our employees. I think that the thought process has always been that our benefit levels for retirement are sustainable and are reasonable. And when you hear that other cities are doing that, you have to put in context whether those cities have granted retirement benefits that are not sustainable. And a lot of cities, over 50%, have done that over the last 7 to 8 years. Thousand Oaks did not do that. And I think that's one of the things you always have to consider is when you hear this, are those cities the ones that provided enhanced benefits? What's included in the budget and the perspective now is those benefits, the retirement and the salary and benefits that we provide to our employees are sustainable based on the benefits that have been provided, unlike a lot of cities that provided enhanced retirement that is substantially higher than what we get here at the city of Thousand Oaks.
Well, I don't know if it's sustainable if we're even talking about having to close a library for a day or an entire branch. The other question I have is the 75 positions that have been either unfunded or frozen. When are those going to be removed from the books, if at all?
The mayor, I would have expected that question from the mayor since Mayor Fox has brought it up several times. It will not be included in the final document that we publish. I think that we provided, to give you context of what has happened in our staffing levels, the final document that you're provided June 14th will not show those positions going forward. And if you look at the position summary by department, it does not include those unfunded positions. It's only the funded positions. So the cover page, I believe it's on, let me get to it, page 293. Will not show that line total unfunded frozen positions. It will just show you total positions of 518.
Very, very well. I will look forward to the itemized lists of the other topics that I mentioned for our next budget discussion.
We will provide that with analysis in the staff report
Thank
for
you.
you. You're welcome.
I just wanted to, I can't address everything that you brought up, but I do want to talk about, from the perspective of the Finance Committee, the short-term reductions, at least the general liability, the fixed asset replacement. You just can't go a long time without fully funding that. That's irresponsible over the long term. And deferred maintenance, that's something that you can put off for a couple of years, but not longer than that. Otherwise, it starts to cost you too much. The open space transfer is only if there is a general fund surplus. And then the last thing that you mentioned was the Sports Endowment Fund. Finance Committee's thought on that was that there was a council a number of years ago that thought about thought it was important enough to provide the Sports Endowment grant to put $2 million aside. And so while we felt comfortable in the short term not using the interest from that grant, in the long term, we think that that's going completely against another council's decision and to put the money aside. And the other thing I might add with the sports endowment grants, most of them are used to fund sports facilities at the schools, and the schools are really hurting over the last few years. So I think that it'll be a real big help if you look at what that sports endowment grant has done at Teo High School and at Westlake and Newbury Park. It's really been something to help the schools. So that was the thinking from the Finance Committee. And again, as John Adams stated, they have come up with a structurally balanced budget, and the Finance Committee was good with all the decisions that had been made, the cuts that had been made. Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, we certainly get the idea from listening to this report that perhaps the clouds aren't completely gone from overhead. It's not necessarily bright and shiny out ahead of us yet, but it is improving slightly. The problems are several. We're no longer a developing city. That comes at a cost of a lot of money. That's not going to change. We're a very low tax city. That's not going to change. The state continues to raid our funds. That's not going to change in the foreseeable future. We are, therefore, extremely dependent on sales tax revenue. And we need to be realistic about that. And it would be very beneficial if more people would appreciate it. That's not going to change either. We really do need it. I want to commend John, you and your staff for having a structurally balanced budget. You put in an awful lot of effort. We really appreciate it. You did a great job with it. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mitnick?
Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, members of the Council, with respect to some of the questions asked, I do want to stress the budget is balanced and it's structurally balanced. We have cut significantly with M&O, and we heard about things, some of the itemized suggestions, cell phones, vehicles, I think computers, professional services, etc. Those have been significantly cut over the years, and as the Finance Director mentioned, several of those items like cell phones, the lion's share is for public safety purposes. And these questions have been asked before, and we provided detailed memos, so we'll dig up the most recent one. And we'd like to encourage the council member to come in and meet with us, and we'd sit down and go through all the line items in more detail in a similar fashion to what was done with the council's finance committee. So we'd be happy to do that. We'll dig up some of the memos that were done, and where applicable, even update them. But a meeting in the office would be greatly appreciated. On the community events, talking as comparison with the county and city council, remember the council, you are part-time, and we have a relatively lean budget for you for that, and you draw a part-time compensation. The Board of Supervisors receive full-time salary and full benefits, and they also have campaign funds and perhaps other avenues to help cover the cost of attending those type of events. So we would be happy to do a comparison memo to find out exactly what their budget is and compare salaries, compare benefits, but also compare what their line item budgets are and how all of that works, because we're really not that knowledgeable. We've seen their budget, but we haven't done a real analysis, so we'd be happy to do that. I'm not sure we'll have that by June 14th, but we'll sit down and we'll also talk to other cities to compare notes in that area. But I will tell you, we have been very successful in our intergovernmental relations efforts and our efforts in obtaining funding from outside sources and even private companies. Chuck was talking about Edison, and your participation and attendance in these meetings and working hard to lobby for funds and have a sense of presence out there, it pays back dividends significantly more than whatever the cost of attending those events are. And also you're discouraged from having somebody else pay for you to attend, such as private companies or whatnot. So there is significant value. And memberships such as the Chamber, the League of Cities, the National League of Cities are significant because they are our voice out there. And the Chamber is picking up a lot of slack now that we don't have an economic development manager position filled. And we've been meeting with them lately on potential businesses that are looking at coming into TO. And they're also working to help us in the effort to retain businesses. There were some questions asked at a recent meeting about working more with the auto dealers to bid on city car purchases. So we're working with the Chamber in that area. So the Chamber's been instrumental and invaluable from my perspective. Whatever that cost is of the membership, 40 or 60,000, whatever that number is, it's a very small price to pay. It's sort of a fraction of what the economic development manager position is, and staff and our time and effort to do the work that they would do for us if they weren't there. Also on the vehicle use issue, to remind council, the grand jury of the county did an analysis and study on this, and they commended the city of Thousand Oaks for the efforts we took to cut back on the cost and use there. So we'll dig up that report and remind you. I'm very proud of the efforts that we've done to cut back. We're also told in many respects to act more like a business in terms of research and development and to grow our employees, make sure they're trained and educated. So we have to be careful how much we cut back. And there are also some legal requirements in terms of training and equipment that we have to have, like our accountants, our engineers, our chemists, et cetera, and our police officers. They have to maintain certain levels of professional
training
and so on. So we would be adamantly opposed to cutting that. We'd be penalized financially and so on. So those are just some general comments, but Council Member, we'd be happy to sit down with you and go through line by line, so we'll work on scheduling a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam City Attorney, did we need a motion on that?
I move the staff recommendation points 1 and 2.
Okay. Very good. I just want to verify that no Mr. Kidway is here. He did have comments. Nope. All right. Vote. Ms. Building opinion.
I do appreciate the city manager's comments. I think I'm asking obvious questions the public would like to know. And yes, I can meet with you in your conference room, but those are still questions I think that should be answered publicly and that the public should know about. It is not any form of criticism. It is just stating the obvious so that the public knows what it is that we're doing and how we're spending the money.
Okay, vote.
Motion carries 4-0.
Item 11, Redevelopment Agency reports none. Item 12, Committee Commission Board reports none. Item 13, Council issues and recommendations. 13A, follow-up reports on meetings and conferences attended by council members. Dr. Glancy.
Thank you very much. Last Friday I went to San Luis Obispo for Chandler County's division of the League, and it was a pretty good meeting. It was very interesting. There was a recently elected assemblyman who was Assemblyman Cacho Achagian from the San Luis Obispo area. And what was so interesting is that before the redevelopment vote, he was contacted by Daryl Steinberg, the speaker, to go out and talk. They went into this little room, and there was the governor, and the governor lay on the table that he really would appreciate a supporting vote on the redevelopment. And the assemblyman indicated that he couldn't because he came out of local government, and he really appreciated the benefits of a redevelopment agency. And he also pointed out the number of commissions that the state has and the great dollars involved with those commissions, and suggested that perhaps as long as we have those commissions, the governor shouldn't go out asking for additional money. Regardless, it was a great meeting, very informative, and I recommend we receive the report.
Right, so vote on that, please.
Motion carries 3-1 with Councilman Glancy dissenting. Do you have a...
No, I didn't dissent.
Okay. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, city manager, I will tell you too, it's midnight.
Okay, then. The next council meeting is on May 24th, and the bulk of that meeting will be dedicated to an appeal by the Ranch Mobile Home Park with respect to rent increase request. We may have a public hearing on the Thousand Oaks Transit senior eligibility and fare modifications issue. I do want to remind council and the public that the Amgen race will take place on May 22nd. And more information on that can be found at the city's website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Item 16, public notices, there are none, and we are on item 17, adjournment. Our first adjournment tonight is in honor of Tom Reaney, a public works employee for 26 years. Tom retired as an engineering technician 2 in 2000. Born in Oak Park, Illinois, he graduated from Notre Dame High School. He eventually moved to California, where he attended Valley College and took several courses in drafting. Tom was the father of 2 children, Christopher and Darlene, as well as the grandfather to Vista. He was an avid outdoors man. He enjoyed fishing, camping, and traveling in his motorhome. Tom was known for his patient nature and his devotion to the Chicago Bears and Cubs. On behalf of the City of Thousand Oaks, we send our sincerest condolences to the Reaney family. Our second adjournment tonight is in honor of John Tapking. John Tapking passed away peacefully on April 30th, 2011. Born in 1923 in Chicago, Illinois, he attended Northwestern University and USC, where he graduated with a degree in urban planning. He served in Patton's Army during World War II, and when he returned from war, he moved to Southern California, where he met and married Janine Rao in 1948. The Tapkings had 2 boys, Douglas and Brian, and the family moved to Thousand Oaks in 1963. John will be best known to many in our city as the city's first mayor pro tem, who helped Thousand Oaks incorporate. John was a significant contributor in creating the groundwork for our community. The Tapking family was extremely active in local politics, as well as with the USC Trojan Club and Squires Alumni Association. They faithfully followed USC football all over the country and throughout the world, attending almost every game for 15 years. John lost Janine after 50 years of marriage to cancer in 1998. In 2004, he married Tanya Corbell in Thousand Oaks, and she remained at his side until his death. Many of you know his son, Doug Tapking, Executive Director of the Area Housing Authority. On behalf of the Thousand Oaks City Council, we send our deepest sympathies to the Tapking family. John will always be a special part of our city's history. And with that, the meeting is adjourned to our regular meeting on May 24th, 2011.